Welcome to the National Occult Archives of the British Museum. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Tonight, I present 45 chilling cases from Wales. These historical case files were recovered from churches, castles, and institutions across Wales spanning the 12th through to the 19th centuries. So turn down the world, embrace the darkness, and let the forgotten be heard. Case file NOA 1582K. Classification. Testimony of a shepherd. Date of statement 14th March 1582. Location Snowdonia, Caernarfonshire, Wales. Testimony Y. Rhys-ap Morgan, shepherd. Do testify about the thing that walks the high path above Llyn Idwal. For 3 generations my family has tended sheep in these mountains. We know every rock, every stream, every dangerous pass. But there is one path we never take after dark. The high path that runs along the cliff edge above the Black Lake. On the night of 9th March, I lost 6 sheep in a sudden fog. I searched until twilight, then darkness caught me near the high path. That is when I heard the footsteps. Heavy boots on stone, walking with purpose, coming closer through the mist. I called out, thinking another shepherd might help me search. The footsteps stopped. Then they began again, faster now, running toward me. I saw nothing in the fog, but the sound grew louder, closer. The footsteps passed within arm's reach of where I stood frozen. I felt the air move as something rushed past. Then I smelled it. Wet earth and something rotten, like a body pulled from a bog. The footsteps continued along the cliff edge, then stopped. I heard a sound I will carry to my grave. A man's scream, cut short, followed by the distant splash of something hitting water. The fog lifted moments later. The path was empty. I ran home and did not return until sunrise. At first light, I found my sheep gathered at the base of the cliff. They had arranged themselves in a circle, all facing inward. In the center of the circle lay a single boot. Rotted leather, ancient style, filled with black water. I asked the old priest about the high path. He told me a merchant fell from that cliff 200 years ago. They never found his body in the lake below. Every March, on the anniversary of his death, the footsteps return, running toward the cliff edge, always ending with that terrible scream. The sheep know to stay away during the dark of March. They gather in circles for protection when the dead walk. I will not go near that path again after sunset. Some things repeat forever in these mountains. The merchant still runs toward his death, still falls, still drowns in the black water below. And his footsteps will echo on that path until the mountains themselves crumble into dust. Rhys-ap Morgan, shepherd Snowdonia, Caernarfonshire, 14th March 1582. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, local church records. Confirm a merchant named William Gray disappeared near Llyn Idwal in March 1382. The lake has never surrendered his remains. Multiple accounts from different centuries describe identical phenomena on the anniversary date. End of file. Case file NOA 1634P. Classification. Account of a priest. Date of statement 29th October 1634. Location Penman Priory, Anglesey, Wales. Account 1. Father Edmund Price. Do account for the disturbance in the North Tower. I have served at Penman Priory for 17 years. In all that time, I knew the North Tower was forbidden. The door was sealed with iron bands and blessed locks. No one questioned why. The old prior who appointed me said only this: never open that door. He died last winter, without explaining further. Last month, a wealthy merchant offered to restore the tower. He wished to convert it into a private chapel for his family. The bishop approved the project without consulting our order. Workers arrived on the 21st of October. They broke the seals and forced open the ancient door. The tower had been empty for more than 300 years. Inside, they found a single chair facing the wall. Behind the chair, scratched into the stone, were thousands of words. Latin phrases, prayers, and one sentence repeated endlessly. Noli me tangere, namadag vivit, in tenebris. Touch me not, for it still lives in the darkness. The workers laughed at the warning. They removed the chair and began their renovations. That night, the screaming started. Every person who entered the tower fell ill within hours. Fever, trembling, speaking in voices not their own. The merchant's son was first. He woke at midnight shouting in ancient Welsh, a language he never learned. He clawed at his own face, saying something was inside him. 3 workers followed with identical symptoms. They all spoke the same words. Maen dod Allen. It is coming out. I went to the tower at dawn to bless it. The air inside was wrong, cold beyond reason, and thick, as if something occupied the space. I felt pressure against my chest, pushing me toward the stairs. In the chair's place, I found deep gouges in the floor, fingernail marks, as if someone had been dragged across the stone. The scratches led to the wall where the Latin warning had been written. I spoke the blessing of St. Michael, calling for protection from evil. The pressure increased until I could barely breathe. Then I heard it. A voice from the darkest corner speaking Latin I barely understood. Clausus sum, sed apertus sum, vinctus eram, sed liber sum. I was closed, but I am opened. I was bound, but I am free. I fled the tower and sealed the door again, with what materials we had. The workers refused to return. The merchant's son died 3 days later. His last words were in that same ancient voice. Gratias ago. I give thanks. The bishop has ordered the tower sealed permanently. We are adding new iron bands and 3 blessed locks. But I know the truth. Whatever was contained in that tower for 3 centuries has been released. The chair was not furniture. It was a prison, and we broke it open. Father Edmund Price Penman Priory, Anglesey, 29th October, 1634. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Priory records indicate the tower was sealed in 1321, following an exorcism. The nature of the entity is never specified. The tower remains sealed to this day, though locals report strange sounds from within during October. End of file. Case file NOA1715M. Classification. Journal entry of a mine foreman. Date of statement 6th January 1715. Location Paris Mountain, Anglesey, Wales. Journal entry 1, Thomas Hughes, foreman. Do record the events in the deep shaft. We opened a new copper vein at 300 feet below the surface. The ore was rich beyond any we had seen. The men worked eagerly, knowing their wages would increase. Then we broke through into the old working. An ancient shaft, predating Roman times by the look of it. The timber supports were petrified wood, black with age. The walls showed marks of primitive tools. And at the bottom of the shaft, we found the bones. 12 skeletons arranged in a circle, all facing inward. In the center was a 13th skeleton, larger than the others. Its skull was missing. The men wanted to remove the bones for proper burial. I ordered them to seal the old shaft and continue in a different direction. They ignored my instruction. Young David Powell took the arm bone of the center skeleton. He wanted it for his curiosity collection. That night, David did not return home. His wife came to me at dawn, frantic with worry. We searched the mine with torches and found him in the old shaft. He sat in the center of the bone circle, exactly where the 13th skeleton had been, alive but not himself. He stared without blinking. When we called his name, he turned his head in a way no human neck should move. Then he spoke in a voice like grinding stones. Old words, older than Welsh, older than any language I recognized. We tried to lift him, but he would not move. His body was rigid as iron. 4 men could not shift him from that spot. Then he began to hum, a low sound that made the tunnel walls vibrate. Dust fell from the ceiling. The ancient timbers creaked. I ordered everyone out before the shaft collapsed. David remained below, still humming that awful sound. We sealed the entrance with timber and stone. 3 days later, we heard him. Still humming, the sound rising through 300 feet of rock. The miners refused to work any shaft on the north side of the mountain. They say the humming continues at night, that David Powell still sits in that circle, whatever entered him keeping his body alive. Last week, a surveyor broke his leg near the sealed shaft. He swears he heard multiple voices humming beneath the ground. 12 voices, he said. 12 voices where there should only be one. I am closing the entire north working. The copper can stay in the ground. Some veins should never be opened. Some circles should never be broken. Thomas Hughes, mine foreman, Paris Mountain, Anglesey, 6th January 1715. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, mining records confirm the north working was abandoned in 1715. Subsequent owners avoided the area. Geological surveys from 1890 detected unusual acoustic anomalies from the sealed section. No excavation has been attempted. End of file. Case file NOA 1598T. Classification. Testimony of a vicar. Date of statement 11th November 1598. Location St. Cadoc's Church, Llangcarfan, Vale of Glamorgan, Wales. Testimony 1. Reverend John Thomas. Do testify about the child in the graveyard. For 5 years I have served this parish without incident. The church is ancient, dating to the 6th century. The graveyard holds the remains of saints and sinners from 1,000 years. I tend the grounds myself, as we have no sexton. On the evening of 7th November, I was locking the church gate. That is when I saw the child, a boy of perhaps 6 years, standing among the graves. He wore clothing from another time. Rough wool, old style, no shoes despite the cold. I called to him, concerned he was lost. He turned to face me. His eyes were completely black, not dark brown, but black like wells of ink. He smiled, and I saw his teeth were all wrong. Too many of them, too sharp, arranged in rows like a fish. I am a man of God. I have faced death and disease and despair. But those eyes, that smile turned my blood cold. The child began to sing, an old Welsh lullaby my grandmother sang when I was young. But the words were changed. Instead of "Sleep, little one," he sang, "Wake, little one." Instead of "Dream of angels," he sang, "Dream of what waits beneath." His voice was sweet and clear and utterly wrong. I made the sign of the cross. The child's smile widened. He raised his hand and pointed at a grave behind me. I turned to look. The grave was fresh, only 3 days old. A young mother who died in childbirth. When I turned back, the child had moved moved closer. He was now standing just beyond the gate, still pointing. "She hears me singing," he said in that clear, wrong voice. "She wants to sing too." I began reciting the Lord's Prayer. The child cocked his head like a bird watching an insect. "Your words are old," he said. "My words are older." Then he sang again, louder this time. The same corrupted lullaby. I heard something answer him from beneath the ground. A woman's voice, muffled by earth and wood, singing the same terrible song. I ran into the church and locked the door. I stayed there until dawn, hearing them sing to each other, the child above, the woman below. By morning light, both had gone silent. I examined the grave of the young mother. The earth was disturbed. Something had been digging from underneath. I blessed the grave again and piled heavy stones upon it. The child has not returned, but on quiet nights I hear singing in the graveyard. Multiple voices now, all of them singing that corrupted lullaby, all of them waiting beneath the earth. Reverend John Thomas, St. Cadoc's Church, Lancafan, 11th November, 1598. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, church burial. Records from 1598 show increased mortality rates among young mothers. Several graves from this period were later found disturbed. Local folklore warns against visiting this graveyard after dark, particularly in November. End of file. Case file. NOA 1743. Classification. Report of a constable. Date of statement: 23rd August, 1743. Location: Black Mountains, Breconshire, Wales. Report War 1. Constable William Davies. Do report on the disappearance at Llyn y Fanfach. 3 travellers went missing on the mountain path in June. All were experienced walkers who knew the terrain. Local shepherds organised a search. They found the travellers' belongings scattered near the lake, but no bodies, no signs of violence, no indication of accident. I was called to investigate on the 19th of August. I arrived at the lake at midday with 2 deputies. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the sky like polished glass. We searched the shoreline and found something peculiar. 3 sets of footprints leading into the water. The prints were deep and clear in the mud, but there were no prints coming back out. Deputy Morgan suggested they might have drowned. We brought boats to drag the lake. The water is not deep, no more than 30 feet at the center. We should have found the bodies. Instead, we found something else. At the deepest point, our hooks caught on something large. We pulled up an object wrapped in rotted cloth. Inside was a wooden frame, like a door, carved with strange symbols. Not Welsh, not English, nothing any of us recognized. The wood was waterlogged but ancient. It should have rotted away centuries ago. Deputy Morgan touched one of the symbols. He went rigid, his eyes rolling back. He began speaking in a woman's voice. Maid was Aragor. Mayor Dwaring Gol, Duch Ilo. The door is open. The water calls. Come down. We pulled him away from the wooden frame. He collapsed, unconscious for nearly an hour. When he woke, he had no memory of speaking, but he refused to go near the water again. We tried to remove the frame from the boat. It was impossibly heavy. 3 grown men could not lift it. The wood seemed to grow heavier with each attempt. Finally, it slipped from our hands and sank back into the lake. As it disappeared beneath the surface, I heard something. Voices from deep in the water, many voices, singing together. The same words Deputy Morgan had spoken. calling us to come down. I ordered us back to shore immediately. That night, Deputy Morgan went missing from his home. His wife found his clothes folded neatly by their door. His boots stood side by side, pointing toward the mountains, toward the lake. We found him at dawn, standing waist-deep in Linnifan Fach, alive but vacant. He stares at the water and will not come away. 4 men carried him home. He escaped that same night. They found him in the lake again the next morning. Now he stays at the water's edge, standing motionless, looking down into the depths, waiting for something to answer. I am closing this investigation. The 3 travelers are presumed lost. Deputy Morgan is lost as well, though his body remains. I advise all citizens to avoid Lin I Fan Fach. The water there is calling people down, and something beneath is opening doors. Constable William Davies, Breconshire. Constabulary, 23rd August, 1743. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, parish records indicate unusual drowning rates at this lake throughout recorded history. Locals avoid it entirely. Several accounts mention a submerged structure that appears during droughts, though none have successfully photographed or documented it. End of file. Case file. NOA 1681D. Classification. Confession of a hermit. Date of statement. 3rd December, 1681. Location. Gwydir Forest, Conwy, Wales. Confession 1, Brother Evan, anchorite. Do confess what dwells in the old chapel. I came to this forest seeking solitude and prayer. The abandoned chapel seemed a perfect hermitage. Stone walls, a roof mostly intact, silence broken only by birdsong. The bishop granted me permission to restore it as a place of contemplation. I arrived in September and began my work. The chapel had been unused for many decades. Inside, I found evidence of its last occupant: a pile of rotted vestments, a broken crucifix, and words scratched into the stone floor. Nia la fadail, mayan kad fiyima. I cannot leave. It keeps me here. I should have departed immediately. Instead, I cleaned the chapel and made it my home. The first week passed peacefully. I woke at dawn for prayer, worked during daylight, slept at dusk. The forest provided berries and clean water. God seemed close in that green silence. Then I noticed the birds had stopped singing, not gradually, but all at once. The entire forest went silent. That night, I heard footsteps on the chapel roof. Heavy steps, pacing back and forth above where I lay. I called out, thinking perhaps a traveler needed shelter. The footsteps stopped. Then they began again, faster, running across the roof, back and forth, back and forth. This continued until dawn. When I went outside, I found no footprints in the soft earth, no signs that anyone had been near the chapel. The silence continued for 3 more days. No birds, no wind. Even my own voice seemed muffled. On the 4th night, the scratching started. Something clawed at the chapel door from outside, not frantically, but methodically. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Hours of patient scratching. I prayed for protection. The scratching stopped. Then it began again from inside the chapel, behind me. I turned and saw nothing, but I heard it clearly. Something scratching at the stone wall, trying to write. I lit my candle and examined the wall. Fresh scratches appeared as I watched, words forming slowly in the stone. Ridw I ima, ridw I bob amser ima. I am here. I am always here. I tried to leave the next morning. My legs would not carry me past the chapel threshold. I would walk toward the forest path. My feet would stop moving. I would find myself back at the chapel door, facing inward, as if something had turned me around. I tried again and again. Each time, I ended up back at the door. Now I understand the words on the floor. The last hermit could not leave either. Whatever dwells in this chapel keeps its occupants here. I scratch these words while I still can, while I still remember who I am. The scratching on the walls continues every night. It is teaching me a new language. Words I should not know, prayers to things that should not be named. Soon I will only speak its words. I will become what the last hermit became. Another voice for the thing in the chapel walls. Brother Evan, Anchorite Gwydr Forest, Conwy 3rd, December 1681 archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Diocesan records show Brother Evan was never heard from again. The chapel ruins remain standing. Park rangers report electronic equipment fails near the site. Visitors frequently report disorientation and difficulty leaving the immediate area. End of file. Case file NOA1574W. Classification: Testament of a midwife. Date of statement: 17th February 1574. Location: Pembroke, Pembrokeshire, Wales. Testament 1, Gwyneth Harries, midwife. Do testament about the merchant's wife. I have delivered 312 children in my 40 years. I know the signs of difficult birth, of danger to mother or child, but I have never witnessed anything like what happened in that house. The merchant, Master John Prescott, called for me on the 14th of February. His wife had been laboring for 2 days. She was strong and healthy. The pregnancy had proceeded normally, but the child would not come. I arrived to find her in great distress. Not pain, she insisted, but fear. It does not want to be born, she whispered. It wants to stay inside. I examined her and found the situation peculiar. The child was positioned correctly. The birth passage was clear. There was no physical reason for the delay. Yet every time a contraction came, the child seemed to retreat, pulling back into the womb. By midnight, the wife was exhausted. She begged me to help. Her. Make it come out, she pleaded. Please make it come out before it is too late. I prepared my instruments. As I reached to assist the delivery, the wife's body went rigid. Her back arched impossibly high. Then she spoke, but the voice was not hers. It was small and high, like a child speaking from inside her. Non relinquam, hic manebo, semper hic manebo. I will not leave. I will stay here. I will always stay here. The merchant crossed himself and fled the room. I remained, though every instinct screamed at me to run. The wife's belly moved, not the movement of normal labor, but something else. Shapes pressing against her skin from within. Small hands, I thought, but too many of them. I counted 4 distinct handprints pushing outward. The voice came again, still speaking Latin. Domus mea est. Corpus eus domus mea est. My home. Her body is my home. I tried to call for help. My voice would not work. The air in the room had become thick, difficult to breathe. The candles burned with a strange green color. For 3 hours this continued. The wife conscious but helpless. The thing inside refusing to be born. Speaking its Latin phrases over and over. Finally, at dawn, the contraction stopped. The wife's body relaxed. She opened her eyes and looked at me with such sadness. It is staying, she said in her own voice. It will never leave. I examined her again. The child had retreated completely, back into the womb, back into whatever impossible space it occupied. The wife rose from the bed as if nothing had happened. She thanked me for my attendance. She paid me twice my usual fee. Then she asked me to never return. I see her sometimes in the market. Her belly remains swollen, always the same size. She has been pregnant now for 11 months. She walks alone, speaking to herself, or perhaps speaking to what dwells inside her. Other midwives have tried to help her. All report the same experience. The child that will not be born. The voice that speaks Latin. The hands that press against her skin from within. Master Prescott has left her. He says she is no longer his wife. She is something else now. A house for something that refuses to leave. Gwyneth Harries, Midwife Pembroke, Pembrokeshire, 17th February, 1574 archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, church records make no mention of this case. Local legend speaks of a woman who stays pregnant, but attributes it to curse or witchcraft. Medical literature provides no explanation for prolonged pregnancy beyond 9 months. End of file. Case file NOA1788B. Classification. Notes of a physician. Date of statement 9th September 1788. Location: Harlech Castle, Merionethshire, Wales. Twi, Dr. Morgan Lloyd. Do note my observations of the tower room. I was called to attend a young scholar who had taken residence in the castle. The building had been empty for decades. The scholar, Mr. David Ellis, rented rooms to study Welsh history. He sent word that he was unable to leave the tower, that something prevented his descent. I found him on the 4th floor, in excellent physical health. No fever, no injury, no signs of illness. Yet he sat in the corner of the room, refusing to approach the stairs. "It will not let me pass," he said. "Every time I try to leave, it stops me." I asked what stopped him. He pointed to the empty doorway. "Can you not see it?" he whispered. "It stands there. It has stood there for 3 days." I saw nothing. The doorway was completely clear. I walked through it several times to demonstrate. Mr. Ellis became agitated. "You pass through it," he said. "You walk directly through its body." He described an old woman in the doorway, tall and impossibly thin, wearing clothes rotted to rags. Her face, he said, was wrong. The features constantly shifting, rearranging themselves. One moment, an old woman. The next moment, something else. Something that was never human. I attempted to lead him from the room. He came willingly until we reached the doorway. Then he stopped as if striking a wall. I could feel no barrier, but he could not pass. His body simply would not move forward. As we stood there, he began describing what the woman was doing. She was reaching for him, he said, her arms extending far beyond natural length, her fingers splitting into smaller fingers, each splitting again. "She wants to touch me," he whispered. "If she touches me, I will see what she sees. I will know what she knows, and I will never leave this room." I tried everything. I called for servants to carry him. They could not lift him past the threshold. I attempted to bless the doorway. Mr. Ellis screamed that I was making it angry, that the old woman's face was opening, that something behind her face was looking through. I left to fetch a priest. When I returned an hour later with Father Williams, the situation had changed. Mr. Ellis stood in the doorway, facing outward, looking down the stairs. "She has moved," he said calmly. "She now stands on the first landing. I may leave the tower room. but I cannot descend past where she waits. Over the following days, I visited daily. Each day, the old woman had moved lower, down one flight of stairs each day. Mr. Ellis followed, descending slowly, always staying one floor above where she stood. He described her growing larger as she descended, filling more of the stairwell, her many-fingered hands gripping the walls. On the 7th day, she reached the ground floor. Mr. Ellis stood on the first landing, weeping. "Tomorrow she will leave the castle," he said, "and I must follow." The next morning, I found the castle empty. Mr. Ellis was gone. The main door stood open. On the threshold, I found his shoes, placed neatly side by side, and in the dust beyond, I saw footprints. Small, bare feet, and larger, prints beside them. The larger prints were wrong. Too many toes, splayed in wrong directions. They led away from the castle, into the hills. I followed for half a mile before losing the trail. I have searched for Mr. Ellis for 3 weeks. No sign of him has been found. But travellers report seeing something in the hills near Harlech. An old woman, impossibly tall and thin, walking with something beside her. Something that might once have been a man. Dr. Morgan Lloyd, physician, Harlech, Merionethshire. 9 September 1788. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Castle Records. Confirm Mr. Ellis rented rooms in August 1788. His belongings remained untouched for years. Local shepherds avoid certain paths in the hills, claiming the air feels wrong there. End of file. Case file. NOA 1627. F classification. Record of a deacon. Date of statement. 21st May 1627. Location Tintern Abbey, Monmouthshire, Wales. Record I. Deacon Peter Morgan. Do record the happenings in the ruined abbey. Tintern Abbey has stood empty since King Henry dissolved the monasteries. The roof has fallen, the walls crumble, nature reclaims the stone. Yet people still come here, some to pray among the ruins, others seeking shelter from rain. I came as part of a delegation to assess the building's condition. We arrived on the 17th of May at midday. The place was beautiful in its decay, sunlight streaming through empty windows, birds nesting in the bell tower. We began our survey in the nave. That is where we heard the singing, clear as church bells, beautiful beyond description. Latin hymns perfectly performed, multiple voices in harmony. We looked for the singers. The abbey was empty, but the singing continued, growing louder, echoing from the stone walls. Then we realized the singing came from beneath us, from the crypt below. The entrance to the crypt was sealed with rubble. It had been deliberately blocked when the abbey was abandoned, yet the singing rose through the stones. We should have left. Instead, we cleared the rubble. The singing grew louder as we worked, more voices joining, the harmony becoming complex. When we opened the crypt entrance, the singing stopped. Complete silence. We descended with torches. The crypt was larger than expected. Stone vaults, empty niches where bodies once rested. All the remains had been removed during the dissolution. The crypt should have been empty. But against the far wall, we found them. 7 monks, standing in a line, facing the wall. Their robes rotted to tatters, their flesh mummified. Yet they stood upright. I called out, thinking perhaps we had disturbed living men. Homeless perhaps, wearing old robes as protection against cold. One of them turned to face us. It was not alive. The skin was leather brown and tight to the skull. The eyes were gone. but the mouth was open. And from that empty mouth came singing, the same beautiful Latin hymn. Then the others turned. 7 mummified monks, all singing, their dried throats producing sounds impossible for the dead. We fled the crypt. Behind us the singing grew louder, pursuing us up the stairs. We sealed the entrance again with stone and timber, but the singing did not stop. It continued all through that night, hymns and psalms and prayers in perfect Latin, voices that should not exist. By morning, 2 of our party had gone mad. They walked back to the crypt entrance. They began removing the stones we had placed, singing along with the voices below. We restrained them, but they fought with impossible strength. All they wanted was to return to the crypt, to join the singing. We left Tintern immediately. The 2 affected men had to be confined. They sang constantly in Latin they never learned. One died within a week, still singing. The other sings still in his cell at the asylum. The same hymns, never stopping, never sleeping. I have recommended the crypt entrance be sealed with consecrated concrete. The delegation agrees. Whatever stands in that crypt should never be disturbed again. The abbey can remain a ruin, but the crypt below must stay closed. Those monks died centuries ago, yet something keeps them standing. Something makes them sing, and it wants more voices to join the chorus. Deacon Peter Morgan, Bristol Diocese, 21st May, 1627. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The crypt entrance was permanently sealed in 1628. Modern visitors to Tintern Abbey report hearing faint singing during certain conditions. Audio recordings show no unusual sounds, yet dozens of witnesses describe identical musical phrases. End of file. Case file NOA 1756L. Classification: Account of a schoolmaster. Date of statement: 8th October 1756. Location: Carmarthen, Carmarthenshire, Wales. Account 1: William Evans, schoolmaster. Do account for the disappearance of young Thomas Rees. Thomas was my brightest pupil, 11 years of age. He excelled in all subjects, particularly history and Latin. His father was a wool merchant, prosperous and respected. On the 4th of October, Thomas did not attend lessons. This was unusual, as the boy never missed school. I visited his home that evening. His parents had not seen him since the previous day. He had left for school but never arrived. A search party was organized immediately. We found Thomas the next morning. He stood in the middle of the old stone circle on Merlin's Hill, the ancient monument overlooking the town. He faced the center stone, motionless. We called to him. He did not respond. We approached carefully. Thomas was awake and breathing, but he would not acknowledge our presence. He stared at the stone with absolute focus. His lips moved constantly, forming silent words. We tried to lead him away. He would not move. His aching feet might as well have been rooted to the earth. 4 grown men could not shift him. His father wept and begged him to come home. The boy showed no recognition, just that constant staring, those silent, moving lips. We brought blankets and food. We kept watch through the day and night. Thomas never moved, never ate, never slept, just stood there, speaking his silent words to the stone. On the second day, I brought my Latin text. I positioned myself to see his lips. I began to understand what he was saying. Latin, but older than any Latin I had taught. Classical forms, archaic pronunciations. He was reciting something, the same phrases, over and over. Magister venid, Magister docet, Magister in petra habitat. The Master comes, the Master teaches, the Master lives in stone. I attempted to interrupt him, to break whatever trance held him. When I stood between Thomas and the stone, his eyes focused on me, but they were wrong. The colour had changed from brown to pale grey, the same colour as the stone behind me. He smiled and continued his recitation, looking through me. On the third day, something changed. Thomas began moving, not walking, but repositioning himself, turning slowly, always facing the central stone, moving around it in a careful circle. His silent recitation never stopped. By evening, he had traced a complete circle. His footprints formed a perfect ring around the stone. That night, we heard him speak aloud for the first time, still in Latin, but now his voice carried. It echoed across the hill. Didici, nunc docebo alios. I have learned, now I will teach others. He began walking down the hill, toward the town, toward the school. We followed at a distance. Thomas walked directly to the schoolhouse. He entered my classroom. He sat at his usual desk and waited. I approached him carefully. Thomas, I said, what did you learn at the stones? He turned to me with those grey eyes. Everything, he said in his own voice. The stone taught me everything. Now I must teach others. They must learn. They must all learn. Then we go back to the stones. All of us, together. His parents took him home. He seemed to recover over the following days, eating, sleeping, speaking normally, but his eyes remained that pale grey colour. And he talked constantly about the stones, about how everyone should visit them, about what wonderful things they would learn there. Last week, 3 of my pupils went missing. We found them at the stone circle, standing in a line, facing the centre stone, silent lips moving, grey eyes staring, learning. Thomas stood behind them, watching. When he saw us, he smiled. More students for the Master, he said. Soon the whole town will learn. I have closed the school. I have warned parents to keep their children indoors. But every night, more children disappear. And every morning, we find them at the stones, standing, staring, learning. Their eyes turning grey. There are 17 now. 17 children who speak silent Latin to ancient stones. Soon they will come down from the hill. Soon they will begin teaching others. And I fear what happens when everyone has learned. William Evans, Schoolmaster. Carmarthen, Carmarthenshire, 8th October, 1756. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records show a mass migration from Carmarthen in late 1756. No official explanation provided. The stone circle was dismantled in 1760 by order of the bishop. Local residents still avoid the site. End of file. Case file NOA 1694R classification. Testimony of a tanner. Date of statement 19th March 1694. Location Conwy, Caernarfonshire, Wales. Testimony Y. Hugh Williams, tanner. Do testify about the house on Tower Street. The house stood empty for 2 years after old Mistress Pugh died. A London merchant purchased it for his elderly mother. She arrived in February with 2 servants and a load of furniture. The house needed repairs, so I was hired to work on the roof. I began work on the 15th of March. The first day passed without incident. On the second day, I heard talking in the attic below where I worked. 2 voices having a conversation. I assumed it was the servants, but when I came down for my meal, both servants were in the kitchen. I mentioned the voices in the attic. They looked at each other strangely. "We heard them too," said the young maid, "since the first night. Talking and talking, but never clear enough to understand." I returned to the roof. The voices continued. This time, I paid attention. They were not speaking English or Welsh. The language was foreign to me, but rhythmic, almost like chanting. I finished my work that day and descended through the attic. The space was empty except for old trunks and broken furniture. No one could hide there. Yet I heard the voices clearly, coming from the walls themselves. On the third day, the old mother called for me. She was distressed. "I cannot sleep," she said. "The voices in the walls talk all night. They are teaching me words. Foreign words I should not know." She wrote something on paper. I woke at dawn writing this. I do not know what it means. The words were Latin. I cannot read Latin, but I recognized the script from church. I took the paper to Father Davies. He went pale when he read it. "Where did you get this?" he demanded. I explained about the house. He refused to translate the full text, but he told me enough. It was a ritual, instructions for something he called opening the threshold. "No Christian should know these words," he said. "Burn this paper immediately." I returned to the house. The old mother was writing again, page after page of Latin script, her hand moving without pause. "I must finish," she whispered. "They are teaching me. When I finish learning, I can open it. I can let them through." I tried to stop her. She pushed me away with surprising strength. "I am almost done," she said. "Almost done learning. Then they can come out of the walls." The servants had fled. I sent for Father Davies. By the time he arrived, the old mother had filled 20 pages. She was now speaking Latin aloud, the same phrases over and over. Father Davies began prayers of protection. The old mother laughed. "Too late, priest. I have learned enough. The threshold opens." The walls began to crack, not violently, but methodically. Lines spreading across the plaster, forming shapes, patterns, symbols. The voices grew louder, no longer muffled, but clear. Multiple voices chanting in unison. Father Davies grabbed my arm. "We must leave now." As we fled, I looked back. The walls were splitting open. Behind the plaster, I saw darkness. Not the darkness of empty space, but something else, thick and moving, and full of things that pushed toward the widening cracks. The old mother stood in the center of the room, arms raised, still reciting her Latin lessons, still opening the threshold. We sealed the house that night, boarded every door and window. The old mother is still inside. We hear her voice sometimes, still teaching. The voices in the walls answer her. There are more of them now. Last week, the boards on one window came loose. We found Latin words carved into them from the inside. The same ritual script, the same instructions for opening thresholds. We are keeping the house sealed, but I fear it will not hold forever. Eventually, she will finish her lessons, and the walls will open completely. Hugh Williams, Tanner Conwy, Caernarfonshire. 19th March 1694. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The house was demolished in 1712. Workers reported unusual finds within the walls during demolition. No human remains discovered. The site remains vacant. New construction attempts have consistently failed. End of file. Case file NOA1729V. Classification. Journal entry of a curate. Date of statement 13th July 1729. Location Llangollen, Denbighshire, Wales. Journal entry 1. Reverend David Price, curate. Do journal about the bridge at midnight. The bridge over the Dee has stood for centuries. It connects our town to the road beyond. Hundreds cross it daily without incident. But there are rules for crossing at night. Rules passed down through generations. Never cross alone after midnight. Never respond if something calls your name. Never look at your reflection in the water below. These rules seemed like superstitious nonsense to me. I am a man of education, trained at Oxford. I do not believe in local fairy tales. Last week, I needed to visit a dying parishioner across the bridge. I arrived at their home after dark. The man lingered for hours before passing peacefully. By the time I began my return journey, it was well past midnight. The bridge was empty and silent. I walked confidently, prayer book in hand. Halfway across, I heard my name. David. Soft and clear. A woman's voice from behind me. I turned, expecting to see someone in need of assistance. The bridge was empty. David, the voice came again. This time from below, from the water. I should have remembered the rule. Instead, I looked down at the river. I saw my reflection in the dark water, but it was wrong. The reflection was not moving with me. It stood still, looking up. While I moved, it remained frozen, staring. Then it smiled. I do not smile. But my reflection smiled wide, impossibly wide. It raised its hand and waved, beckoning me to come down. I stepped back from the edge. My reflection stepped forward, moving opposite to my movements. When I moved left, it moved right. When I retreated, it advanced. Getting closer to the surface of the water, rising, I ran. Behind me, I heard splashing. Something climbing from the water. Wet footsteps on stone. Getting closer. I did not look back. I reached the far side of the bridge and continued running. The footsteps followed to the edge of the bridge, then stopped. I looked back once I reached safe distance. Something stood at the bridge's center, exactly where I had been standing. It had my shape, my clothes, my posture, but it was dripping wet, and it was smiling that terrible smile. It waved at me, then turned and walked back toward town, toward my church, toward my home. I have been staying at the rectory on this side of the river, too frightened to cross again. Yesterday, I saw someone on the bridge. It was wearing my clothes, walking with my gait. Parishioners greeted it. It responded in my voice. It is living my life now, staying in my rooms, performing my duties. No one notices the difference. Only I know the truth. That thing from the water has taken my place, and I cannot return. If I cross the bridge, it will be waiting. It will push me into the water, and I will become the reflection. The thing beneath the surface calling out names, waiting for the next fool who breaks the rules. I am writing to the bishop, requesting transfer to another parish. Far from bridges, far from water. But I fear it may be too late. Last night I looked into my wash basin. My reflection smiled at me, even though I did not smile. It is in all reflections now, all water, all mirrors, all glass, waiting to switch places, waiting to pull me under. I am destroying all mirrors in my rooms. I keep buckets covered. I avoid puddles, but I cannot avoid it forever. Someday I will see my reflection again, and it will finally drag me down to where it came from, to the place beneath the bridge where reflections live, where they wait to take our places in the world above. Reverend David Price, Curate Llangollen, Denbighshire, 13th July 1729. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Church records show Reverend Price requested transfer in July 1729. Request denied due to personnel shortages. He was found in the river below the bridge in August. Cause of death listed as drowning. Locals insist a man matching his description continued serving as curate for months afterward. End of file. Case file NOA 1589. N classification. Report of a prison warden. Date of statement 26th April 1589. Location Beaumaris Gaol, Anglesey, Wales. Report 1. Edmund Gray, Warden. Do report on the prisoner in cell 7. The man was brought to us in January, convicted of theft, sentenced to 6 months imprisonment. His name is William Probert, age 32, a farmer by trade. For 3 months, he was an unremarkable prisoner. Quiet, obedient, no trouble to the guards. Then something changed. On the morning of 21st April, the guard found him standing in the corner of his cell, face pressed against the stones, speaking to the wall. The guard ordered him away. Probert turned and the guard saw his eyes, completely white. No iris, no pupil, just white from edge to edge. It talks to me through the stone, Probert said calmly. It has been talking for weeks. Finally, I understand what it says. We thought he had gone mad from confinement. We moved him to a larger cell with a window, but that night we heard him in the new cell, still speaking to the walls, having a conversation, though only his voice could be heard. He would speak, then pause, as if listening to a response, then reply to what only he could hear. The guard listened at the door. Probert was speaking in multiple voices, his own voice asking questions. Then a different voice, deeper and rough, answering. Both voices coming from Probert's throat. How long have you been in the walls? His voice asked. Since the stones were laid, the other voice answered. Are you alone? His voice asked. There are many of us, in every stone. We have been waiting. Waiting for what? His voice asked. For someone to hear us, for someone to understand. Now you have heard. Now you understand. Now you can help us come out. I ordered the guards to move Probert to isolation, a cell with no contact to other prisoners. But the voices continued, growing stronger each day. By the 4th day, Probert spoke in 7 different voices, all of them coming from his mouth. Deep voices, high voices, old voices, young voices, all having conversations with each other, arguing, planning, teaching, and his eyes remained white, blank as eggs. Yesterday, something new happened. Another prisoner in a distant cell began speaking in those same voices. Thomas Barrett, held for assault. His eyes had turned white as well. He pressed his face to the wall, listening, learning. Then he began speaking. The same deep voice that spoke from Probert. The same words, the same rhythms. I called for a physician. He examined both men and found nothing physically wrong. But he was disturbed by what he heard. They are speaking Old Welsh, he said. A dialect that has not been used for centuries, and they are speaking it perfectly. This morning, a 3rd prisoner began, then a 4th, all with white eyes, all speaking to the walls, all learning the ancient voices. I have moved the affected prisoners to the old wing, the section built 200 years ago, the original stones of the jail. But I fear this was a mistake. They seem stronger there, their voices louder and clearer, and they have begun teaching the walls something new. They press their hands flat against the stone. They recite phrases I do not understand, and the walls respond, not with sound, but with sensation. The stone becomes warm to the touch. It vibrates slightly, like a purring cat. The prisoners smile with their white eyes. They are waking, they say in unison. The stones are waking. Soon they will open. Soon everything in the walls will come out. I am writing to the magistrate. These men must be moved. The jail must be abandoned. Something lives in these old stones. Something that speaks through prisoners. Something that has waited for centuries. And now it has found voices. Now it is teaching others to hear. Soon every prisoner will have white eyes. Soon every prisoner will speak for the stones. And then the walls will open. Edmund Gray, Warden Beaumaris Gaol, Anglesey, 26th April, 1589. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The old wing of Beaumaris Gaol was sealed in May 1589. Records indicate 7 prisoners transferred to other facilities. No information on their subsequent conditions. The sealed wing was demolished in 1829. Workers reported feeling unwell throughout demolition. End of file. Case file NOA 1762Q. Classification: Testimony of a lighthouse keeper. Date of statement: 1st November 1762. Location: South Stack Lighthouse, Anglesey, Wales. Testimony: Why James Crawford, keeper, do testify about the third keeper. South Stack Lighthouse requires 3 keepers for 24-hour operation. Each works an 8-hour watch, tending the light and recording conditions. I have kept the light for 12 years without incident. My colleagues, Mr. Davies and Mr. Hughes, are experienced and reliable. We 3 maintained perfect operation through all seasons, until Mr. Hughes fell ill last month. A replacement keeper arrived on the 20th of October. Mr. Samuel Morton transferred from Bardsey Island. He seemed capable enough at first, quiet, thorough in his duties, punctual in his watchkeeping. But on his 3rd night, he came to my room at 2 a.m. "There is a 4th keeper," he said. "A man I do not recognize. He is standing in the lamp room." I went with him to investigate. The lamp room was empty except for the light itself. "He was here," Morton insisted, standing by the east window, watching the rocks below. I assured him it was shadows from the rotating light. The mind plays tricks in isolation. Morton seemed to accept this explanation, but the next night he came again. "The 4th keeper is back. Come and see him." This time I saw something. Not a man exactly, but a shape, a darkness against the lamp's brightness, human-sized, standing motionless by the same east window. As I watched, it turned toward us. Then it simply was not there. Disappeared without moving or fading, just gone. Morton gripped my arm. "You saw him," he whispered. "Now you understand." Mr. Davies joined us, wakened by our voices. We discussed what I had seen. Davies went pale. "Old Peter used to talk about the 4th keeper," he said. "The man I replaced when I came here. He died in the lamp room. Heart failure, the doctor said. But Peter claimed he saw something first. A shape that stood by the east window. He said it came closer every night. On the night he died, it was standing right beside him. We agreed to keep watch together, all three of us in the lamp room through the night. The fourth keeper appeared at midnight. This time, it was clearer. A man in old-style keeper's clothes, face hidden in shadow despite the bright lamp. It stood by the east window as before. This time it raised its arm, pointing down at the rocks below, where waves crashed in the darkness. Morton stood and walked toward it. We tried to stop him. He pushed past us with strength he should not possess. "It is calling me," he said. "It wants to show me something." He went to the window where the figure stood. The fourth keeper turned to face him. Morton stared at where its face should be. He began to shake. "Oh God," he whispered. "Oh God, it is not a keeper. It was never a keeper. It is everyone who died on those rocks, all of them together, wearing the shape of a man. It has been waiting here, collecting them, adding them, getting larger." The figure reached toward Morton. We pulled him away. The figure did not pursue. It simply pointed down at the rocks again, then faded slowly, like mist in sunlight. Morton has not been the same since. He refuses to enter the lamp room alone. When he must work there, he keeps his back to the east window. "It is still there," he says. "I can feel it standing behind me, waiting for me to turn around, waiting to show me its face again." Last night, Morton left the lighthouse. He climbed down the iron steps to the rocks below. We found him at dawn, standing on the highest rock, arms raised, staring at the sky. The tide was coming in. In another hour, the rocks would be completely submerged. We brought him back by force. He fights us now. He wants to return to the rocks. He says the fourth keeper told him it was his turn, that everyone must eventually go down to the rocks, that the lighthouse calls people there to drown. And when they drown, they become part of the fourth keeper. Another soul added to its collection, another fragment in the shape by the east window. I am requesting immediate transfer for Mr. Morton, and requesting the lighthouse station be increased to 4 keepers, because the fourth keeper is always here. It has been here since the lighthouse was built, standing by the window, pointing at the rocks, waiting to add more souls to its shape. James Crawford, Keeper South Stack Lighthouse, Anglesey, 1st November 1762. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lighthouse records show unusually high keeper turnover at South Stack compared to other stations. Multiple drownings reported in the area. Keepers consistently request transfer after several months of service. The east window was bricked over in 1840 without official explanation. End of file. Case file NOA 1645C. Classification: Account of a blacksmith. Date of statement: 18th June 1645. Location: Caerphilly, Glamorganshire, Wales. Account 1: Owen Davies, blacksmith. Do account for the bells in the castle. Caerphilly Castle has stood in ruins for many years. The towers are broken, the walls crumbling. No one lives there now, but sometimes, in the deep of night, the bells ring. There are no bells in the castle. They were removed and melted down decades ago, yet still we hear them, clear as day, ringing out across the town. Different bells, different tones. Sometimes one bell, sometimes many. Always at night. Always when mist rises from the moat. My grandfather heard them. My father heard them. Now I hear them too. Last week, my son Thomas asked about the bells. He is 15, curious and brave. "Why do we hear bells where no bells exist?" he asked. I told him the old story. During the Civil War, the castle was garrisoned for the king. When Parliament's forces came, the defenders knew they would fall. They rang the bells for 3 days straight, calling for help that never came. On the 3rd day, the walls were breached. The defenders were put to the sword. Every man in the garrison died in the castle. The bells were still ringing when the killing ended, covered in blood, still swinging. The attackers claimed the bells rang by themselves, that dead hands pulled the ropes, that the sound drove them mad. They tore the bells down and destroyed them, but the ringing continued in their ears. Half the attacking force went insane within a month, hearing bells that would not stop. My son was not satisfied with the story. He wanted proof. 2 nights ago, when the mist rose and the bells began, he went to the castle. I begged him not to go, but he laughed and said he did not fear old stories. He took a lantern and walked through the gates. I waited for him until dawn. He did not return. A search party found him at noon. He sat in the great hall, in the center of the broken floor. His hands were covering his ears. He rocked back and forth, whimpering. When we tried to move him, he screamed, "Make them stop! Make the bells stop!" We heard no bells. The day was quiet and clear, but Thomas heard them. He still hears them now. We brought him home. He will not uncover his ears. He sits in the corner of his room, hands pressed tight to his head, crying. The physician came. He could find nothing wrong physically, but he heard Thomas whispering, counting between sobs. 143, Thomas whispered. 143 bells, all ringing different tones, all ringing together, never stopping, never stopping. Last night, Thomas left his room. We found him walking toward the castle, hands still clamped over his ears, eyes wide but unseeing. We brought him back again, but he grows stronger in his madness. He wants to return to the castle. He says the bells are calling him, that they need someone to ring them properly, that 143 bells require 143 ringers, that the dead garrison rings as many bells as they can, but they need more hands, more living hands to join them. This morning, I heard them myself, faint at first, but growing louder, bells ringing inside my own head. Different tones, different rhythms, all discordant, all maddening. I understand now. The bells are not in the castle. They are in the air itself, etched into the world when the defenders died, a sound that will never stop, a ringing that spreads like disease. First you hear one bell, then 2, then dozens, then hundreds, until the sound fills your entire mind, until you must go to the castle to make it stop, until you join the dead garrison in their eternal ringing. I am writing this while I still can, before the bells grow too loud, before I lose myself like my son. Do not go to Caerphilly Castle when the mist rises. Do not listen if you hear bells ringing. Cover your ears and run, because once you hear them clearly, they never stop. And eventually, you will have to go to the castle, to take your place among the ringers, to add your hands to the bells, to ring forever in the broken towers. Owen Davies, Blacksmith, Caerphilly, Glamorganshire, 18th June, 1645. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Parish records show both Owen Davies and his son Thomas died in June 1645. Both found in Caerphilly Castle, hands raised as if pulling bell ropes. Locals continue to report phantom bell sounds during foggy nights. End of file. Case file NOA1737G Classification: Record of a magistrate. Date of statement: 4th December 1737. Location: Lawfan, Carmarthenshire, Wales. Record 1. Sir Thomas Vaughan, magistrate, do record the events at the old toll house. The toll house stood abandoned for 3 years after the keeper died. Died under strange circumstances, locals whispered. Found rigid in his chair, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. A merchant from Bristol purchased the property in November. He planned to restore it and resume collecting tolls on the coastal road. Work began on the 1st of December. The merchant's men reported unusual findings immediately. Every room had words scratched into the floorboards beneath the rugs. The same phrase repeated hundreds of times. Arosi mi, rin dodyn ol. Wait for me, I am coming back. The merchant dismissed this as the ravings of the previous keeper. He had the floors sanded smooth. But the next morning, the words had returned, scratched deeper this time, cut into the fresh wood as if with metal claws. The workers refused to continue. The merchant stayed alone that night to prove there was nothing to fear. I received word the following dawn. The merchant was found in the same chair where the previous keeper died. Rigid, eyes wide, staring. But alive, barely. He could not move or speak. Only his eyes showed any sign of life. They darted frantically, following something we could not see, moving around the room, ceiling to floor, wall to wall. The physician examined him. He is aware, the doctor said, fully conscious, but his body will not respond to his mind. It is as if something else controls his limbs. We tried to move him from the chair. His body resisted with impossible strength. Finally, we lifted the entire chair with him in it. The moment we carried him outside, he collapsed, gasping, trembling, tears streaming down his face. It held me, he whispered. All night it held me in that chair, making me watch, making me see what it does. He would not elaborate, but his eyes held a terror I have never witnessed. I ordered the toll house examined thoroughly. My men found something behind the wall in the main room, a space deliberately concealed. Inside was a small skeleton, a child, perhaps 8 years old, buried in the wall. The bones were arranged strangely, sitting position, facing outward, as if the child had been walled up alive, forced to sit and wait. We removed the remains for proper burial. That night, every window in the toll house shattered simultaneously. From the inside, my men entered at dawn. They found new words scratched everywhere, on walls, floors, ceiling, furniture, thousands of them. Rifin aros ohid, rifin dal idodin all. I am still waiting. I am still coming back. The merchant left Lawfan immediately. He abandoned the property without seeking compensation. The toll house stands empty again, but travellers on the coastal road report seeing a light in the window at night, a small figure sitting in the chair, waiting, and scratching words into the floor. The same words, over and over, waiting for someone who will never return, a child buried alive, condemned to eternal waiting, unable to leave the place where it died. I have ordered the building sealed. No one should enter. No one should sit in that chair, because the child is still there, still waiting, and it will hold you there with it, force you to sit and wait as it waited, forever. Sir Thomas Vaughan, Magistrate Lawfan, Carmarthenshire, 4th December 1737. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The toll house was demolished in 1755. Workers reported extreme difficulty during demolition, tools breaking and injuries mounting. The site remains vacant. Travelers still report seeing a small figure by the roadside at night. End of file. Case file NOA1618M. Classification: Testimony of a monk. Date of statement: 22nd September 1618. Location: Val Crucis Abbey, Denbighshire, Wales. Testimony: why Brother Silas do testify about the chanting in the chapter house. Though our abbey was dissolved 80 years ago, a small brotherhood maintains the grounds. We live simply, tending the ruins, offering shelter to travellers. The chapter house is the most intact building remaining. We use it for daily prayer and contemplation. Last month, Brother Thomas noticed something during morning prayer. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. Beneath our voices, something is chanting with us. I listened carefully. At first, I heard nothing unusual. But as our prayer continued, I detected it. Another voice, deep and resonant, speaking Latin words slightly out of sync with ours. An echo, I thought. Some trick of the stone acoustics. But Brother Thomas shook his head. It is not an echo. It begins before we speak. We are echoing it. For days we tested this. We would enter the chapter house in silence and hear the chanting already in progress. One voice, sometimes two, reciting prayers in flawless Latin. Old prayers from before the dissolution. Prayers we had not spoken in decades. The voice knew them perfectly. Brother William, our eldest, recognized the prayers. "Those are the office of the dead," he said. "We recited them when brothers died. We have not spoken those words since the abbey closed." The chanting grew louder each day. What began as a whisper became clear as our own voices. Then it became louder than our voices. We had to raise our own prayers to be heard over it. Then one morning, we understood what it was saying. The voice was not praying for the dead. It was praying for us, speaking our names in the prayers for the deceased. Requiem aeternam dona eis Domine. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. But the them was us. Our own names, spoken in death prayers. Brother Thomas, Brother William, Brother Silas, as if we were already dead, as if the voice prayed over our bodies. We stopped using the chapter house, but the chanting continued. We could hear it from our cells at night, growing louder, more insistent. Brother Thomas was first to return. He said he could not resist. The voice was calling him specifically. We found him in the chapter house at midnight, kneeling before the altar, chanting along with the voice. He would not stop. We tried to lead him away. He fought us with surprising strength. "I must finish the office," he said. "I must complete the prayers. For myself. I am already dead, you see. I died here long ago. I just forgot until the voice reminded me." His eyes were empty of recognition. He chanted through the night. When dawn came, he collapsed. We carried him to his cell. He lies there now 3 weeks later, breathing but not waking. His lips still move, forming Latin words, still praying the office of the dead, still listing names. Brother William went to the chapter house last week. Now he kneels beside Brother Thomas, both of them unconscious, both chanting silently. Last night, I heard the voice call my name, not in prayer, but as a summons. "Brother Silas," it said, "come and finish your office. Come and pray for yourself. You died here too. You simply do not remember." I am fighting the urge to go, but it grows stronger each hour. The voice is louder now, It echoes in my skull. I know all the words it wants me to say. The prayers are already in my mouth. I am writing this while I still can, while I still remember I am alive. But the voice insists I am wrong, that I died with the abbey, that I am a ghost who forgot he was dead. And the chanting in the chapter house will continue, praying for the dead, praying for us, until we remember what we are, until we join the voice in its eternal office. Brother Silas Valcrucis Abbey, Denbighshire, 22nd September, 1618. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, records show. The small brotherhood at Valcrucis disbanded in late 1618. No explanation given. The chapter house remains partially intact. Visitors report hearing Latin chanting, particularly at dawn and dusk. End of file. Case file. NOA1704Y. Classification. Journal entry of a botanist. Date of statement. 7th May, 1704. Location, Borthbog, Ceredigion, Wales. Journal entry Y. Dr. Edward Morgan, botanist. Do journal my findings in the submerged forest. The Great Bog near Borth contains the remains of an ancient forest. Trees thousands of years old, preserved in peat, exposed only during the lowest tides. I came to study the preserved plant specimens, to collect samples for the Royal Society. I arrived on the 3rd of May with 2 assistants. The tide was exceptionally low, revealing more of the forest than usual. We began our work among the blackened stumps, ancient oak and pine, perfectly preserved. By afternoon, we had collected numerous specimens. Then my assistant, young Peter Collins, called out, "Sir, there is something strange about this tree." I joined him at a large oak stump. The wood was carved with the marks, not natural damage, but deliberate cuts. Symbols and shapes I did not recognize. We began clearing the peat around the base. Beneath the surface, we found more carvings. They spiraled down into the earth, following the preserved roots. The tide was turning. We had perhaps 2 hours before the sea returned. I ordered the men to dig carefully around the largest root. We exposed 3 feet of carved wood. The symbols became clearer. They were not random decorations. They formed words. An ancient language predating Welsh. My assistant Thomas, who studied antiquities, recognized some characters. "These are warnings," he said. "Very old warnings. I can only read fragments. Something about keeping something down, holding it beneath." We should have stopped digging. The tide was rising. Water began pooling around the stump, but I was fascinated. I ordered them to expose one more section. We dug deeper. The carvings grew more elaborate, more urgent. Then we found where the root ended. Not naturally, but cut, severed deliberately. And beneath the root, we found a space, a hollow in the peat. Something had been buried there, wrapped in ancient cloth that crumbled at our touch. Inside was a box made of carved bone, human bone, I realized with horror. The lid was sealed with symbols matching those on the tree. Peter reached for it. "Do not touch it," Thomas warned. But Peter had already lifted the lid. Inside was water, black water, thick as oil. It did not pour out when the box tilted. It stayed inside, defying gravity. Then it moved. The water formed a shape, a hand reaching up from the box, fingers extending, grasping. Peter dropped the box. The black water spilled onto the peat. It did not soak in or spread. It gathered itself, rising up, taking form. The shape of a person, but wrong, too tall, too thin, proportions inhuman. Made entirely of that black water, it turned to face us. Where its face should be was nothing, a void darker than the water itself. Then it spoke, not with sound, but directly in our minds. Images and emotions rather than words. Hunger, centuries of hunger, relief at being freed, gratitude toward Peter for opening the box, and then ownership, a sense of claim over Peter. Peter began walking toward it. Thomas and I grabbed him. "It is calling me," Peter said calmly. "It has been waiting so long. It needs to be inside something again. It had a body once. The people carved the warnings. They cut the roots. They buried it in water to keep it down. But now it is free, and it chooses me." The water shape moved closer. The tide was rushing in now, waves breaking over the stumps. The water shape seemed to grow larger with each wave, absorbing the sea, becoming more substantial. We dragged Peter toward higher ground. The shape followed, always the same distance behind, never closing, never falling back, just following. When we reached dry land, Peter collapsed. He has not woken since. He lies in his bed, breathing shallowly. His skin has a grey tint, and he is cold to the touch, cold as deep water. The physician can find nothing wrong. But I know the truth. The water shape is inside him now, wearing him, learning how to be human again. Last night, Peter's eyes opened, but the eyes were black, black as the water in that bone box. He smiled at me and whispered in a voice like waves on shore, "Thank you for freeing me. I have been beneath the trees for so long. Now I will walk again, in this skin, in this world, until I grow bored. Then I will find new skin. There are so many bodies above the water. I will wear them all eventually." I am documenting this for the Royal Society. Something was imprisoned in that bog. The ancient people knew it needed to be kept down. They carved warnings. They severed the roots that might pull it up. They sealed it in blessed water within bone. And we freed it. Dr. Edward Morgan, botanist Aberystwyth, Ceredigion 7th May, 1704. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Dr. Morgan's papers, were found among his effects after his death in 1704. Peter Collins disappeared from his sickbed in June of that year. Multiple drownings in the area followed. Victims found with unusual grey skin coloration. End of file. Case file. NOA 1659K. Classification. Statement of a wool merchant. Date of statement, 10th February 1659. Location, Dolgellau, Merionethshire, Wales Statement. 1. Richard Hughes, merchant. Do state what transpired at the Mountain Inn. I travel the mountain roads 4 times yearly, trading wool between villages. The journey from Dolgellau to Bala requires an overnight stop. There is only one inn on that road, an old stone building, half buried in the hillside. I have stayed there dozens of times without incident. The innkeeper is a widow, Mistress Eluned, elderly but capable. She keeps clean rooms and serves hot meals. On the 6th of February, I arrived at the inn after dark. Heavy snow was falling. Mistress Eluned greeted me warmly. "Your usual room is ready," she said. "3rd floor, overlooking the valley. But I must warn you, do not open the door at the end of the hall, no matter what you hear." I assured her I would not. She had never mentioned this before. I assumed a room was damaged or unsafe. After supper, I retired to my chamber. The third floor was quiet. My room was the second door on the right. At the end of the hall, perhaps 20 feet away, was another door. Heavy oak, bound with iron. I prepared for sleep. At midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps, walking from the stairs toward the end of the hall. They stopped at the final door, then came knocking. Gentle at first, then harder. Someone wanted to be let in. I opened my door slightly. The hallway was empty, but I heard breathing on the other side of the end door. Heavy, labored breathing. Then a voice. "Let me in." A man's voice, hoarse and desperate. "Please, I'm so cold. Let me in." I remembered Mistress Eluned's warning. I closed my door and returned to bed. The knocking continued for an hour. Always the same plea. "Let me in. I'm cold. Please." Finally, it stopped. I slept fitfully. The next morning, I asked Mistress Eluned about the door. She went pale. "You heard him then. I'm sorry. He's worse in winter." She told me the story. 20 years ago, a traveller stayed at the inn. A merchant like myself. A blizzard struck in the night. The man wanted to continue his journey. She begged him to wait until morning. He refused. He left into the storm. She never saw him alive again. They found his body in spring, frozen in a drift, not 50 yards from the inn. He had turned back trying to reach shelter, but the snow blinded him. He froze within sight of warmth. Ever since, he knocks at that door, the room that would have saved him, begging to be let in from the cold. "What happens if someone opens it?" I asked. Mistress Eluned's hands shook. "My husband opened it 5 years ago. He wanted to help the poor soul, to give him peace. And he let in the cold," she whispered. "All the cold that man felt when he died. 20 years of winter. It came into the room like a flood. My husband was found frozen solid, in the middle of summer, frozen as if he had been buried in snow for decades. I should have left immediately, but the snow was too heavy. I stayed a second night. At midnight, the footsteps came again, the knocking, the desperate voice. 'Let me in, please. I am so cold.' This time, something new happened. I heard my own voice respond, not me speaking, but my voice coming from somewhere else, from inside my room. 'I will let you in,' my voice said. 'Come to this door instead. I will open it.' I had not spoken, but I heard myself clearly, inviting him to my room. The knocking stopped at the end of the hall. The footsteps began again, coming toward my door, closer, closer. I grabbed my belongings. I climbed out the window onto the roof. Behind me, I heard my door open, not from my hand, but by itself. I heard the frozen man enter my room. I heard him searching, looking for the person who promised to let him in. Then I heard him weeping. 'Where are you?' the frozen man called in his hoarse voice. 'You said you would let me in. Where did you go?' I spent the night on the roof in the snow. At dawn, I climbed down and fled. I have not returned to that inn. I take the longer route now, even in summer. But sometimes, in winter, I hear knocking, on my own doors, in my own home, and a voice calling, 'You promised to let me in. Why did you leave? I am still so cold.'" Richard Hughes, Wool Merchant, Dolgello, Merionethshire, 10th February, 1659. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Mountain Inn burned down in 1670. Local records confirm a frozen body was found near the site in the late 1630s. Hikers in the area report hearing knocking sounds during snowstorms. End of file. Case file NOA1781P. Classification: Report of a physician. Date of statement: 30th January 1781. Location: Aberystwyth, Ceredigion, Wales. Report 1. Dr. William Price. Do report on the case of Mistress Sarah Thomas. She came to my surgery on the 24th of January. A woman of 30 years, previously in excellent health. She complained of a persistent shadow in her vision. It follows me, she said, always at the edge of my sight. When I turn to look, it moves, staying just beyond where I can see clearly. I examined her eyes thoroughly. No physical abnormalities, no cloudiness, no damage to the retina. I suggested it might be fatigue. She should rest and avoid strain. She returned 3 days later. The shadow had grown larger. It is not in my eyes, she insisted. It is in the room with me. A real shadow. But it has no source. It exists without light to cast it. I accompanied her home to observe. Her cottage was well lit with candles and a good fire. I saw nothing unusual, but Mistress Thomas pointed to a corner. There, she whispered. It is standing there now. Do you not see it? I saw only the corner, empty and bright, but she stared with absolute focus. It is darker than the darkness should be, she said, a shadow that should not exist in this light. Over the following days, her condition worsened. The shadow grew bolder, she claimed, coming closer, moving during the day, not just at night. It has shape now, she told me on her 5th visit. The shape of a person, tall and thin, but made entirely of shadow. It stands beside my bed while I sleep. I wake and feel it watching. When I light a candle, it does not disappear. It simply stands there, darker than the night around it. I prescribed laudanum for her nerves. She refused. Medicine will not help. This is real. The shadow is real. Yesterday, her neighbor sent for me urgently. Mistress Thomas had not emerged from her cottage in 2 days. Smoke came from the chimney, suggesting she was inside, but she would not answer the door. I entered with the constable. We found her in the center of the main room, surrounded by candles, hundreds of candles covering every surface. The room was bright as noon. Mistress Thomas stood in the midst of this light, eyes wide, staring at something we could not see. More light, she whispered. I need more light. It is getting closer. The more light I make, the darker it becomes. It is feeding on the light, growing stronger. We tried to lead her outside. She would not move. I cannot leave, she said. If I leave the light, it will touch me. If it touches me, I will understand what it is. And I do not want to know. I must not know. The constable and I attempted to extinguish some candles. The room was dangerously hot. Fire risk was extreme. Mistress Thomas became hysterical. No, the light keeps it back. Without light, it will reach me. She pulled away from us. In her panic, she knocked over a candelabra. 3 candles fell. Their light went out. In that moment of reduced illumination, something happened. I cannot fully explain what I witnessed. For just an instant I saw it, a darkness in the room. Not an absence of light, but a presence of dark. A shadow shape, exactly as she had described. Tall, thin, impossibly black, standing directly behind her. Then the candles were relit. The shadow was gone. Or perhaps it was simply invisible in the restored light. Mistress Thomas turned slowly. It touched me, she whispered. When the light failed, it reached out. And now I know. Know what? I asked. She looked looked at me with empty eyes. "Shadows are not made by blocking light," she said. "Light is made by blocking shadows. The natural state is darkness, pure, complete darkness. Light is the aberration, the temporary exception, and shadows are what waits beneath the light, patient, eternal, waiting for the light to fail." She smiled then, a terrible knowing smile. It showed me. When it touched me, it showed me the truth. We live in a thin layer of light, floating on an ocean of shadow, and the shadow is alive. It thinks, it watches, it waits for every light to die. She walked to the fireplace. "I am going to put out my light now," she said. "I am going to return to the shadow, because that is where we all belong. That is where we all go eventually. Every light fails, every candle burns out, and the shadow is always waiting." She extinguished the fire. She blew out every candle. The room went dark. We heard her sigh, a sound of relief or surrender. When we relit the lamps, Mistress Thomas was gone. We searched the cottage thoroughly, every room, every closet. The doors were locked from inside, the windows secure. She had not left, yet she was not there. Only her clothes remained, collapsed on the floor where she had stood, as if she had simply stepped out of them and vanished into darkness. Dr. William Price, physician, Aberystwyth, Ceredigion, 30th January, 1781. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Mistress Thomas was never found. Her cottage stood empty for years. Subsequent occupants reported unusual shadows, though none stayed long. The building was demolished in 1820. The site remains bare ground. End of file. Case file NOA 1673 H. Classification: Account of a shepherd. Date of statement: 15th August 1673. Location: Preseli Hills, Pembrokeshire, Wales. Account 1: Daffyd Morgan. Shepherd: do account for the stones that walk. The Preseli Hills are scattered with ancient stones. Blue stones they are called. Legends say they were quarried here and carried to Stonehenge. But some stones remain. Standing stones, burial stones, circles of stone. My family has shepherded these hills for generations. We know every stone, every marker. We know they do not move. Until 3 weeks ago. On the night of the 24th of July, I was searching for a lost ewe. The moon was full, making the night bright as day. I searched the high meadow near the old stone circle. That is when I saw one of the stones moving, not rolling or falling. Walking, the stone lifted itself from the ground on appendages that looked like thick roots. Root legs, I suppose, dark and gnarled, sprouting from the base of the stone. The stone thing took slow, deliberate steps, moving from the circle toward the valley. I hid behind a boulder, watching. The walking stone stopped at another standing stone. The two stones stood facing each other. Then I heard them. Not words exactly. A deep grinding sound. Stone scraping against stone. But rhythmic, patterned, like speech. They were communicating. After several minutes, the second stone sprouted its own root legs. It pulled itself free from the earth. Now two stones walked together, heading down the hillside toward the village. I followed at a distance. Terror and duty warring in my chest. The stones walked with purpose. They knew where they were going. At the edge of the village, they stopped outside a cottage. Old Morgan, the weaver, lived there. A man of 80 years, kind and respected. The stones stood before his door. motionless now, the root legs withdrawn, looking exactly like ordinary standing stones. If I had not seen them walk, I would never have suspected. I knocked on Morgan's door. He answered, bleary with sleep. I pointed to the stones. "Did you place these here?" I asked. He looked confused. "Those were not there when I retired," he said. "Someone is playing tricks." He tried to move them. The stones would not budge. Not an inch. Morgan went back to bed, irritated but unconcerned. I stayed watching. At midnight, the stones moved again. Root legs emerged, but this time they did something different. They pressed themselves against Morgan's cottage, root legs spreading across the walls, gripping the stone and timber, growing into the cracks. I heard Morgan scream. I ran to his door. Inside, roots were breaking through the walls, thick, dark roots forcing their way in, reaching toward Morgan's bed. He backed into a corner, terrified. "What are they?" he cried. "What do they want?" The roots wrapped around his ankles. I grabbed his arms. We fought to pull him free, but the roots were impossibly strong. They dragged Morgan toward the wall, toward the stones waiting outside. He clawed at the floor, at my hands. "Do not let them take me," he begged. I could not hold him. The roots pulled him through the wall. Stone and timber parted like water. Morgan passed through, and the wall sealed behind him. I ran outside. The two stones stood where they had been, root legs withdrawn, looking like they had stood there for centuries. But in the moonlight, I saw Morgan, inside the stone, his face visible beneath the surface, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes moving, aware, trapped in solid stone. The stones began walking again, carrying Morgan with them, back up the hillside, back toward the ancient circle. I followed until dawn. They returned to the circle. The stone containing Morgan placed itself among the others, settling into the earth, becoming indistinguishable from stones that had stood there for thousands of years. But I know which one holds Morgan. I can see his face if I look closely, and I have examined the other stones in the circle. There are faces in many of them, dozens of faces, people taken over centuries, trapped in stone, still alive, still aware, frozen in eternal silence. Last night, the stones walked again, 3 of them this time, heading toward the village. I do not know who they took. I dare not ask, because if I investigate, they might take me, might trap me in stone with all the others, to stand for eternity in that circle, aware but unable to move or speak or die, just watching, always watching, as the stones walk down to collect more faces, more souls to trap forever. Daffyd Morgan, Shepherd, Preseli Hills, Pembrokeshire, 15th August, 1673. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Preseli stone circles remain standing. Archaeological surveys note unusual mineralogical composition. Local shepherds avoid the circles at night. Multiple disappearances in the area over centuries remain unexplained. End of file. Case file NOA 1746D. Classification: Confession of a poacher. Date of statement: 2nd October 1746. Location: Coed Brenin, Merionethshire, Wales. Confession 1, John Edwards. Do confess to what I found in the King's Forest. I am a poacher. I hunt in forbidden woods. I know the risks and accept them. But I have never encountered anything like this. On the night of 28th September, I was setting snares for rabbits, deep in the old growth where no gamekeeper ventures. The trees there are ancient beyond reckoning, trunks thick as houses, canopy blocking out the sky. Even in daylight, it is dim beneath those trees. At night, it is absolutely black. I work by touch and memory in such places. I was checking a snare when I heard breathing. Deep, slow breaths, too large for any animal I knew. I froze, listening. The breathing came from above, from the trees. I lit my shuttered lantern for just a moment. In that brief flash of light, I saw it. Something in the branches, large as a horse clinging to the trunk. The shape was wrong. Arms too long, legs bent backward, a head that swiveled completely around, eyes that reflected my light like mirrors. I shuttered the lantern instantly. Darkness returned. The breathing continued, closer now. I heard it moving down the tree trunk, claws on bark. Coming toward me, I ran. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me. Behind me, I heard it following, not running on the ground, but leaping from tree to tree, crashing through branches, moving faster than I could run. I burst into a clearing. Moonlight showed me where I was, the old hanging tree, where criminals were executed a century ago. The rotted gibbet still stood. I pressed myself against the trunk, gasping. The thing at the edge of the clearing stopped. I could see its silhouette against the trees. Too large, too wrong. It swayed back and forth, watching me. Then it spoke, not in words, but in sounds. Creaking wood, rustling leaves, wind through branches, but arranged into a pattern, into meaning. I understood what it wanted. It was asking me to come into the trees, to climb up where it waited, to let it take me higher, into the canopy where no one ever looks, where no one ever searches. I stayed against the hanging tree. The thing circled the clearing, always in the shadows, never entering the moonlight. For hours this continued. It waited with inhuman patience. I dared not move. As dawn approached, it retreated, climbing back into the high branches, disappearing into the canopy. I ran home as soon as I could see. I thought I was safe. I thought it could not leave the forest. But last night, I woke to hear breathing, in my own room. That same deep, slow breath. I lit a candle. Nothing was there, but I heard it clearly, above me, on the ceiling. I looked up. For just a moment, I saw something. A dark patch. A shadow that should not exist in candlelight. Moving, clinging to the ceiling. Then it was gone. But the breathing continued. It followed me home. It is in my house now, waiting in the ceiling corners, in the dark spaces above the rafters. Every night, I hear it moving, creeping closer to where I sleep. Soon it will come down. Soon it will take me back to the forest, up into the high branches, where it keeps its collection. I know because I went back to the forest in daylight. I climbed the hanging tree. I looked up into the canopy, and I saw them. Bodies in the high branches, dozens of them. People missing over the years, preserved somehow in the trees, wrapped in bark and moss, becoming part of the forest, their faces barely visible, all of them staring down, all of them still alive, eyes moving, mouths working, unable to speak or scream, trapped in the canopy forever. I am writing this confession. I am giving it to the constable. So when I disappear, someone will know. Someone will know what takes people from this area, what lives in the old growth, what climbs through trees and onto ceilings, what wraps people in bark and keeps them alive, forever, in the canopy, where no one looks up. John Edwards Coed Wybrenin Merionethshire. 2nd October 1746. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. John Edwards disappeared in October 1746. No body was recovered. Forestry records note an unusually high number of missing persons in this area. The old growth section was partially cleared in 1850. Workers refused to climb the tallest trees. End of file. Case file NOA 1632T. Classification. Record of a village elder. Date of statement 19th November 1632. Location Llanberis, Caernarfonshire, Wales. Record Y Owen Griffith, elder. Do record the events at Llyn Padarn. Our village has stood beside this lake for hundreds of years. We know its moods, its dangers, its deep places. We teach our children the rules of the water. Never swim alone. Never enter the lake after dark. Never take anything from the bottom. These rules have kept us safe. Until last month. A stranger arrived from London, a scholar studying ancient sites. He was interested in legends of the lake. We told him the stories about the Afanc, the lake monster of old tales, about the drowned village beneath the water, about the things that should be left undisturbed. He laughed at our superstitions. He announced he would dive to the lake bottom to prove there was nothing supernatural below. We begged him not to go, but he would not listen. On the morning of 10th November, he entered the water. With him went a rope, tied to a boulder on shore. If he pulled the rope 3 times, we were to pull him up immediately. He dove deep, beyond where we could see. The rope played out, 30 feet, 40, 50. The lake is deep in that spot. Then the rope went slack. We waited an hour, no signal, no movement. We pulled the rope up. It was cut cleanly at the end, not frayed or broken, but cut, as if by a sharp blade. The scholar was gone. We assumed he had drowned. A tragedy, but his own fault. We said prayers for his soul. Then, 3 days later, he returned. We found him on the lakeshore at dawn, sitting on the rocks, staring at the water. His clothes were dry. His skin was pale and cold, but he was alive. We called to him. He turned slowly. His eyes had changed. The color was wrong, blue-green like lake water, and they did not blink. "I found it," he said in a flat voice. "The village. It is still there, perfect and whole. Houses, church, people." "People?" I asked. "The people are still there, living under the water. They have lived there for centuries. They do not drown because they do not breathe. They have forgotten how to breathe. They have learned something else." He stood and walked toward the village. "I must teach you," he said. "They sent me back to teach you. The whole village must learn, must remember what we forgot, what we were before we came out of the water." We tried to stop him. He was stronger than he should be. He reached the village square and began shouting, "Come to the lake. Come and learn. Remember what you were." Children gathered around him. He smiled at them with those water-colored eyes. "You will learn fastest," he said. "Young ones always do. Come with me. Come to the water. I will show you the village. The people are waiting. They want to teach you." We pulled the children away. We locked the scholar in the church. For his own safety, we said. That night, we heard him speaking. In the empty church, having a conversation. Multiple voices, all from his throat. Voices that sounded wet, like speaking with mouths full of water. In the morning, the church was empty. The door still locked from outside. the windows too small for a man to fit through. He had simply vanished. But we found water, pools of it on the floor. Lake water, though the church is far from the shore. And in the water, we found his clothes, folded neatly, as if he had stepped out of them. That was a week ago. Now the children are going missing. 3 so far, all of them taken from near the lakeshore. We find their clothes folded on the rocks. The children are gone. But at night, we see them, in the shallows of the lake, standing in water up to their necks, their eyes the same blue-green color, staring at the shore, not moving, not blinking, just standing there, waiting. We tried to retrieve them. When we enter the water, they move deeper, always staying just out of reach, and they speak to us with wet voices. Come deeper. Come and see the village. Come and learn what we learned. You do not need air. Air is what made you forget. Let go of the air. Come down to us. We have banned everyone from approaching the lake. Armed men guard the shore. But each night, more children disappear. More folded clothes found on the rocks. More small figures standing in the water, calling to us, teaching us to forget how to breathe. Owen Griffith, Elder Lamberis, Caernarfonshire, 19th November, 1632. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records show unusual child mortality in Lamberis during 1632 to 1633, mostly listed as drownings. Local folklore warns against entering Lyn Padarn at night. The lake has claimed numerous lives throughout recorded history. End of file. Case file. NOA 1758W classification. Testimony of a blacksmith's apprentice. Date of statement, 24th March, 1758. Location, Abergavenny, Monmouthshire, Wales. Testimony, Y. Thomas Watkins, apprentice. Do testify about the iron we forged. My master, Samuel Davies, is the finest blacksmith in the county. He has forged gates and tools and horseshoes for 40 years. Last month, a gentleman from Bristol commissioned a special piece, an iron chest with complex locks. It must never be opened, the gentleman said. I need it to hold something that must never be released. Master Davies accepted the commission. We began work on the 15th of March. The chest was to be made from thick iron plates, 3 locks, each with unique keys. The work was difficult, but not unusual. We heated the iron in our forge, hammered it into shape. On the 3rd day, something strange happened. As we worked the hot iron, we heard sounds. Not the normal ringing of hammer on anvil, but something else beneath that noise, like voices, tiny voices, screaming. I thought it was my imagination, but Master Davies heard them too. The iron is complaining, he said nervously. Sometimes metal makes strange sounds when it is worked. We continued. The voices grew louder, clearer. They were not random sounds. They were words. Old Welsh words, crying out, begging. Paid undal gadewch unified, maen brifo. Do not hold us, let us go, it hurts. We stopped hammering. The voices continued, coming from the iron itself, from the chest we were building. Master Davies examined the metal carefully. This iron is strange, he said. Look at the grain. I have never seen iron with this pattern. He was right. As the metal cooled, I could see shapes in it. Tiny figures, hundreds of them, pressed into the iron. Faces contorted in agony, mouths open. What is this? I asked. Master Davies had gone very pale. "I think I know where this iron came from," he whispered. "There was an old gibbet in Bristol, a hanging cage made of iron. It stood for 200 years, held criminals until they died. The iron was supposedly cursed. They took it down last year, melted it for scrap." He touched the chest we were building. "This is that iron. We are forging a chest from iron that held dying men. Their suffering soaked into the metal, and now it remembers." We should have refused to continue, but the gentleman had paid half in advance. We needed the money. We finished the chest. As we fitted the final lock, the voices reached a crescendo. Hundreds of tiny screams, all from the iron, all begging us to stop. We completed the work. The gentleman collected the chest the next day. "Perfect," he said, examining our work. "This will hold it securely." "What will you put inside?" I asked. He smiled coldly. "Something that needs to be contained, something that feeds on suffering. This iron has absorbed 200 years of agony. It will keep what I put inside very happy, very content, too content to want to escape." He loaded the chest onto his wagon and departed. We thought that was the end of it, but the voices did not stop. We still hear them in the forge. Every piece of iron we work now screams. Every nail, every horseshoe, every gate, all of them filled with tiny voices, crying out in pain. Master Davies says the cursed iron contaminated our forge, that the suffering spread from the chest to every tool, to the anvil itself. Now everything we make carries the curse. We cannot stop hearing the voices. They are in all iron now, in every piece of worked metal in the world. We never noticed before, but now we hear them clearly. Every iron nail holds a tiny scream. Every lock contains a whisper of suffering. Metal remembers pain, and once you know how to hear it, you cannot stop listening. Master Davies has stopped working. He sits in the corner of the forge, hands over his ears. "Make them stop," he begs. "Make the iron stop screaming." But it will not stop. The voices are always there, in every piece of iron, crying out, remembering the pain of being shaped, remembering everyone who suffered near them. And now that we hear them, we cannot forge anything without hearing their screams. Thomas Watkins, apprentice Abergavenny. Monmouthshire, 24th March, 1758. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The blacksmith shop closed in April 1758. Samuel Davies died shortly after. Thomas Watkins was committed to an asylum, where he reportedly covered his ears constantly and refused to touch any metal objects. End of file. Case file NOA 1697L. Classification: Journal entry of a cartographer. Date of statement: 8th July 1697. Location: Cambrian Mountains, Ceredigion, Wales. Journal entry: Y. Henry Morgan. Cartographer. Do journal about the village that moves. I was commissioned to create detailed maps of the Cambrian Mountains. The work required weeks of travel through remote valleys. On the 3rd of July, I discovered a village not marked on any existing map. A small settlement of perhaps 20 buildings. Stone cottages with thatched roofs. A church with a modest bell tower. All in excellent condition, seemingly well maintained. But I saw no people. No smoke from chimneys, no animals in the yards. The village was completely silent. I approached cautiously, calling out. No response. I examined the nearest cottage. The door was unlocked. Inside, the dwelling was furnished and clean. A meal sat on the table, fresh and uneaten. bread that was still soft, cheese that had not hardened, as if someone had just set it out moments before. I searched the entire village. Every building showed signs of recent habitation. Fires laid but not lit, tools set aside mid-use, but no people anywhere. I decided to camp nearby and continue my investigation in the morning. Perhaps the entire village was away for some festival or gathering. I set up my tent on a hill overlooking the settlement. As the sun set, I watched the village. Still no lights appeared in the windows, no movement anywhere. I fell asleep wondering about this mystery. I woke at dawn. The village was gone. Not destroyed, not burned, simply absent. Where cottages had stood, I saw only grass. The church, the roads, every building, all vanished. I thought I had dreamed the entire thing, but my notes from the previous day described it clearly. I had even sketched several buildings. I searched the valley floor. No foundation stones, no post holes, no evidence a village had ever existed there. Yet I remembered it vividly, walking between those cottages, the smell of fresh bread in that kitchen. Over the next week, I continued my mapping work in the area. On the 7th of July, I discovered the village again, this time in a different valley. 3 miles from where I had first seen it. The same buildings, the same layout. The church in the center, the same cottages. Even the same meal on the same table. Bread and cheese fresh as before. But still no people. I marked its location carefully on my map. I took detailed notes. I even hammered a stake into the ground as a permanent marker. That night, I camped on a ridge to observe. At midnight, I saw something. The village began to glow. A faint light, like foxfire, emanating from the buildings. Then the light began to move. The entire village slid across the valley floor. Not walking, not being carried. The buildings themselves moved like living things, gliding over the ground, leaving no trace behind. They moved in formation, maintaining their relative positions. The church remained in the center. The cottages formed their familiar circle around it. They traveled for miles. I followed at a distance. By dawn, they had settled in a new location. The glow faded. The village became solid and real again, but still empty of people. I began to understand. This village was not abandoned. It never had inhabitants. The village itself was the entity. The buildings were alive, moving together like a colony of creatures, settling in valleys to lure travelers, offering shelter, food, welcome. But I had not entered any dwelling after dark. I had not accepted the hospitality. What would have happened if I had? I examined the bread again. It looked perfect, but when I broke it open, the inside was wrong. Not bread, but something else. Fungus perhaps, or tissue. It pulsed slightly. Oh, slightly, as if alive. The entire village was a trap, luring people in with the appearance of safety, of civilization in the wilderness. But it was predatory, waiting for travelers to enter, to eat the food, to sleep in the beds. Then what? I do not know. I did not stay to discover. But I suspect those who accept the village's hospitality never leave. Perhaps they become part of it, part of the buildings themselves, their essence absorbed. I am marking the village as unstable terrain on my maps. I will not note its true nature. Who would believe me? But I will ensure no accurate map leads travelers to it. Let it wander the mountains. Let it move valley to valley, searching forever for guests who will not come. Henry Morgan, cartographer Aberystwyth, Ceredigion 8th July, 1697. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple reports over centuries describe phantom villages in the Cambrian mountains. Hikers report finding settlements not on any map, always described as freshly abandoned. None who claim to have stayed overnight in these villages have ever been seen again. End of file. Case file NOA 1724B. Classification: Statement of a dairymaid. Date of statement: 12th May 1724. Location: Brecon, Brecknockshire, Wales. Statement 1. Margaret Evans, dairymaid. Do state what happens in the old dairy. I work on the estate of Sir William Bowen. The estate includes an old dairy building from centuries past. We use a newer structure for daily work. The old dairy stands empty and locked. Sir William forbids anyone from entering. He will not explain why, only that the building must remain sealed. Last week, the new dairy roof collapsed. We had no choice but to use the old building while repairs were made. Sir William reluctantly gave permission. Do not work there after sunset, he warned. Be gone before dark without fail. We agreed. The old dairy was well equipped. Stone shells for cheese aging, deep wells for keeping milk cold, everything we needed. On the first day, we worked without incident. We left well before dusk as instructed. But on the second day, I dropped my shawl. I did not notice until after I had returned home. I went back to retrieve it. The sun was just setting as I unlocked the door. Inside, the dairy looked different. The light was strange. Everything seemed slightly wrong. The proportions off by inches. I found my shawl quickly. As I turned to leave, I heard it. A churning sound. Someone was working the butter churn. The rhythmic splash and thump. But I was alone in the building. I looked at the churn. The handle moved by itself. Up and down, churning butter that was not there. I backed toward the door. The churning stopped. Then I heard humming. A woman's voice, humming a working song. The sound came from the aging room, where we stored the cheese wheels. I should have run. Instead, I opened the aging room door. Inside, I saw her, a woman in old-fashioned dress, tending to cheese wheels that were not there. She moved through the motions of work, turning invisible cheeses, checking wheels that did not exist. Her hands passed through the empty shelves, but she seemed not to notice. She hummed contentedly, absorbed in her work. Then she saw me. Her face changed. Recognition and relief. Finally, she said, "You are here to replace me. I have been waiting so long." "Replace you?" I asked. She smiled. "For my shift. I have been working alone for years, but now you are here. Now I can rest. You will take over the dairy work." "But there is no work," I said. "The dairy is empty." She looked confused. She gestured at the shelves. "What do you mean? Look at all the cheese. Look how much butter we must churn. There is always work, always." I saw only empty shelves, but she saw something else. A dairy full of work, endless work that needed doing. "I must go," I said. "My shift is not over," she replied firmly. "You cannot leave until the work is done." I could not leave. Not until someone came to replace me. Now you are here. You must stay until someone replaces you. She moved toward me, not walking exactly, gliding across the floor. I ran. She followed, calling after me. "Come back. The work must be done. The cheese must be turned. The butter must be churned." I burst out into the twilight. Behind me, I heard her voice, angry now. "You must come back. You cannot leave the work unfinished. I could not leave. You cannot leave either. I ran to the main house. I told Sir William everything. He went pale. I should have told you, he said. My great-great-grandmother worked in that dairy. She died there. They found her at her work, collapsed over the butter churn. She had been dead for 3 days before anyone noticed. She had no family, no one who would miss her, just work. Every day, just work. Since then, people who enter after dark do not leave. They become like her, trapped in eternal work, doing the same tasks forever, seeing a dairy full of products that do not exist, unable to rest, unable to stop, always working. Sir William sealed the old dairy again that night, with new locks and blessed chains. But I still hear her sometimes, when the wind is right. A woman humming working songs, the sound of churning butter. She is still there, still working, still waiting for someone to replace her, so she can finally rest. Margaret Evans, Dairymaid Brecon, Brecknockshire, 12th May, 1724. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The old dairy was demolished in 1760. Workers reported hearing sounds of activity from inside the sealed building. The site remains empty. Locals avoid it, claiming they hear humming from the bare ground where the dairy once stood. End of file. Case file NOA1649V. Classification: Report of a night watchman. Date of statement: 16th January 1649. Location: Cardiff Castle, Glamorganshire, Wales. Report 1, Robert Price, watchman. Do report on the room in the West Tower. I have kept watch at Cardiff Castle for 12 years. I know every corridor, every chamber, every shadow. The castle is vast and mostly empty now. My duties include checking each room once per night, ensuring no intruders, no fires, no problems. There is one room I check last, the chamber at the top of the West Tower. I unlock it, glance inside, lock it again quickly. The room must be checked, but I do not linger. On the night of 11th January, I found the door already unlocked. This was unusual. Only I hold the key. I entered cautiously. The room appeared empty as always. Bare stone walls, a single window, nothing else. But something was different. The air was warm. The rest of the castle was freezing in January, but this room was warm as summer. Then I noticed the corner. One corner of the room looked wrong. The angle was too sharp. The walls did not meet properly, as if the corner bent into a space that should not exist. I approached carefully. The closer I came, the more the corner seemed to recede. Always the same distance away. I walked directly toward it. 10 steps, 20 steps. The room was not large enough for 20 steps. Yet I kept walking. The corner stayed ahead of me, always out of reach. I stopped and turned around. The door was impossibly far away. A tiny rectangle of light in the distance. I had walked perhaps 30 feet, but the door looked miles away. I ran back toward it. I ran for what felt like an hour. The door came no closer. I stopped, heart pounding. The room had grown, or I had shrunk, or space itself was wrong. Then I heard breathing, deep and slow, coming from the corner I could never reach. Something lived there, in the space that did not exist, in the angle that was too sharp. I heard it moving, shifting its weight, making the floor vibrate. "Who is there?" I called. The breathing stopped. Silence. Then a voice, not from the corner, but from everywhere. from the walls themselves. Rydych chi on fini, rydych chi wedi cerded imon imi. You're in my house. You have walked into me. I did not understand. This is the castle, I said. This room is part of the castle. Nag, the voice replied. Mae aristafel honin ranomi, ruin bawin I gornel, ruin tifun fuai bobnos. Priw de diwrnod, byd e castel sifan in gornel. No, this room is part of me. I live in the corner. I grow larger every night. Someday, the entire castle will be a corner. The room began to tilt, the floor sloping toward that impossible corner. I felt gravity pulling me toward the angle that should not exist. I grabbed the doorframe. The door was somehow close again. I pulled myself through. I slammed it shut and locked it. Behind the door, I heard movement. The room rearranging itself, growing. I reported this to the castle steward. He was not surprised. That room has been problematic for a century, he said. It started as a normal chamber, but something made a home in the corner. Something that bends space. It has been growing ever since, slowly consuming the room. Someday it will consume the tower, then the castle. We keep it locked to slow the process. What lives in the corner? I asked. We do not know. We only know it is growing, and everything that enters the room becomes part of it, part of the corner, part of the impossible angle. I have checked that room every night since, always unlocking it, glancing inside, locking it quickly. The room grows larger each time. Last night, I saw something new. Shapes in the corner. Vague forms of people, standing at angles that should break their bones, facing into the corner, trapped in the space that does not exist. One of them turned toward me. I recognized him. The previous watchman. The man I replaced. He disappeared 12 years ago. They assumed he had left his post. But he is in the corner, bent at an impossible angle, his mouth moving, saying the same words over and over. Mayan Tifu, Mea Gornel in Tifu. It is growing. It is growing. The corner is growing. I am requesting transfer to different duties. Someone else can check that room. Before I stare too long, before the corner pulls me in, before I become another shape in the impossible angle, standing forever in space that should not exist. Robert Price, Watchman Cardiff Castle, Glamorganshire. 16th January, 1649. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The West Tower of Cardiff Castle was partially demolished in 1702. Workers refused to complete the demolition, claiming the corner could not be destroyed. That section remained standing, sealed and marked dangerous. End of file. Case file NOA 1772 N. Classification. Account of a gravedigger. Date of statement 28th August 1772. Location St. Asaph, Denbighshire, Wales. Account 1 William Hughes, Sexton. Do account for the grave that will not fill. I have buried the dead for 35 years. I know soil and stone and the work of the earth. I know how graves behave, but I have never encountered anything like this. On the 20th of August, I buried Mistress Eleanor Thomas, a respectable woman of 60 years. Natural death, peaceful passing. The grave was dug 6 feet deep, as tradition requires. The coffin was lowered. I began filling the grave. The first shovelful of earth went in. I heard it hit the coffin with the usual thump. The second shovelful disappeared. I did not hear it land. I looked into the grave. The coffin was still there. but the earth I had thrown in was gone. I tried again. Another shovelful. It vanished before hitting the bottom. Simply disappeared into nothing. I called for the priest. Father Davies came and observed. I threw in another load of earth. We both saw it fall. We both saw it vanish. As if the grave went deeper than 6 feet. As if it was bottomless. Father Davies blessed the grave. He sprinkled holy water. We tried again. The earth still disappeared. We could see the coffin clearly, only 6 feet down, but the soil would not reach it. We tried for hours. 50 shovelfuls of earth, all of it vanishing. The grave remained empty except for the coffin. As the sun set, we heard something. A voice from below, from the coffin. Gadeush imi find, ruin quimpo, in quimpo I law, does dim gwaelod. Let me go. I am falling, falling down. There is no bottom. It was Mistress Thomas, speaking from inside her coffin, but she had been dead for 3 days. She should not be able to speak, Father Davies whispered. The voice came again. I cannot see the light. I am falling away from the light, into darkness. It goes down forever. Please pull me up. Please do not leave me falling. We tried to pull the coffin out. The ropes would not hold. They passed through the wood, as if it was water, as if the coffin was not entirely in our world anymore. I am still falling, the voice called. The grave goes down and down. I can see others below me, falling forever. All the dead who are buried in graves that go too deep. We never stop falling. We just fall through darkness, forever. Father Davies began urgent prayers. The voice grew fainter. I cannot hear you anymore. I am too far down. I am falling past the others. They reach for me, but they cannot catch me. We are all falling, all falling. No bottom, no end, just falling. The voice faded completely. We looked into the grave. The coffin was still there, still 6 feet down, but it looked smaller, as if it was farther away than it should be. We tried one more time to fill the grave. The earth vanished as before. Father Davies ordered the grave sealed. We built a wooden cover over it. We posted warnings. The grave remains open to this day. Sometimes, late at night, I hear voices from it. Many voices. All of them saying the same thing. Still falling. No bottom. No light. Just falling forever. I examined the burial records. Mistress Thomas was the 12th person buried in that spot. Graves are reused after many years. But I wonder now, did all 12 coffins fall through? Are they all still down there, still falling through some impossible depth? I checked other old graves. Some of them feel wrong when I walk across them. The ground seems hollow, as if nothing is beneath, as if those graves also go down forever. Last night, I dreamed I was falling, through darkness, passing other falling shapes, other coffins, other bodies, all of us descending, through earth that has no bottom. I woke in terror, but part of me is still falling in that dream, and I wonder if, when I die, my grave will be the same, if I will fall forever, through darkness without end. William Hughes, Sexton St. Asaph, Denbighshire, 28th August, 1772. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The grave remains sealed at St. Asaph Cemetery. Geological surveys show normal soil depth. Yet the grave has never been successfully filled. Attempts continue to encounter the same phenomenon, earth vanishing into apparent infinite depth. End of file. Case file. NOA1665S. Classification: Testimony of a Chandler date of statement, 5th April, 1665. Location: Bangor, Carnarvonshire, Wales. Testimony: Edward Jones, Chandler. Do testify about the candles that will not go out. I make candles for the cathedral and local households. I have practiced this trade for 20 years. I know wax and wick and fire. Last month, I received an unusual commission. A stranger requested 12 black candles, black as night, he specified, to burn at a memorial service. I asked for whom the memorial was being held. For someone who died very long ago, he said, someone who should have stayed dead. I should have refused, but he paid triple my usual fee. I made the candles, black wax, thick as my thumb, 2 feet tall. Fine work, if I may say. I delivered them on the 1st of April. The stranger accepted them with satisfaction. Perfect, he said. These will burn for exactly the right amount of time. How long do you need them to burn? I asked. He smiled strangely. Forever. I left, thinking him mad. The next day, I received word. The stranger was found dead in his room. The 12 black candles arranged in a circle around his body, all of them lit. The constable asked me to examine them. Professional opinion on how long they had been burning. I went to the room. The candles were still lit, still the same height as when I delivered them. Despite burning for more than a day, they had not shortened at all. I examined one closely. The flame burned normally. The wax was hot, but it was not melting. The candle was somehow burning without consuming itself. I tried to extinguish one. I blew on the flame. It flickered but did not go out. I snuffed it with a wet cloth. The flame went out, then reignited immediately, as if the candle could not be extinguished. The constable tried as well. He poured water directly on a flame. The water steamed away. The flame burned through it. We removed the candles from the room. They continued burning. We tried everything. Submerging in water, burying in sand, cutting off the wicks. Nothing stopped the flames. Within hours of cutting a wick, it would regrow, the candle reforming itself. One constable threw a candle in the river. It floated downstream, still burning, still illuminating the water. We retrieved it a mile away, still burning. We decided to contain them. We placed all 12 candles in a stone building, sealed the door. They have been in there for 4 days now, still burning. The strange thing is, the room is growing warmer, not from the heat of 12 small flames, but from something else. The light inside is getting brighter. We can see it through the cracks. A brilliant white light, far brighter than candles should produce. And we hear things. Sounds from inside the sealed room. Whispers in Latin, chanting, as if the candles are performing the memorial service on their own, commemorating someone who died long ago, someone who should have stayed dead. Yesterday, we noticed something worse. The 12 candles are not alone anymore. Through the cracks, we can see more lights, dozens of them, as if new candles are appearing inside, growing from the flames of the original 12. The whispers are louder now, more voices joining, all of them speaking the same Latin phrases, all of them calling to something, inviting it, welcoming it back. I am writing to the bishop. Those candles must be dealt with by the church. This is beyond my craft, beyond any natural understanding of fire and wax. The candles that will not go out are spreading their light, and with that light comes something else, something the memorial was was meant to summon, something that was dead, but is remembering how to be alive. Edward Jones Chandler Bangor, Caernarfonshire, 5th April, 1665. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The sealed building burned down in April 1665. The fire could not be extinguished and burned for 9 days. No remains of candles were found in the ashes. Witnesses reported seeing lights moving among the ruins long after the fire ended. End of file. Case file NOA 167. R classification. Record of a ship's captain. Date of statement 3rd September 1567. Location Swansea Bay, Glamorganshire, Wales. Record 1. Captain John Merrick. Do record the encounter off Mumble's Head. My ship, the Bristol Rose, was returning from Ireland. We sailed along the Welsh coast in fair weather. As we approached Swansea Bay, the lookout called down, "Captain, there is something in the water ahead." I took my glass and looked. At first, I thought it was wreckage, a mast and rigging floating in the current. But as we drew closer, I saw it was a ship, fully intact, sails furled, floating motionless. No flag, no visible crew. A ghost ship, some of the men muttered. "We should sail past," they said. "But maritime law requires us to investigate derelict vessels." We came alongside and called out. No response. I took 6 men and boarded the silent ship. The deck was clean and well maintained, the rigging in good order. Everything suggested a crewed vessel, but no one was aboard. We searched below decks. The crew quarters were empty, the galley cold, though a meal sat half prepared. The cargo hold contained barrels of salt fish. Nothing unusual, nothing to explain the absence of every soul. Then we found the captain's cabin. The door was locked from inside. We broke it down. The cabin was empty, like the rest. But on the desk sat a logbook. I opened it to the final entry. The handwriting was shaky, hurried. 3rd day. They're all in the water now. Every man who fell over has joined them, swimming alongside the ship, keeping pace. They call up to us, using our shipmates' voices, begging to be pulled aboard. But their eyes are wrong, all white, and they smile too much. Thomas jumped in to save his brother. Now there are 2 of them down there, both smiling, both calling. I am the last. I can hear them scratching at the hull, trying to climb up. I will lock myself in. I will not listen to their voices. I will not look at their white eyes. I will not. The entry ended mid-sentence. I closed the book. My first mate had gone pale. "Captain," he said, "listen." From outside, we heard voices, our men, calling from the water. But all our men were aboard. We rushed to the deck. Our 6 boarding party were there. But in the water around both ships, we saw them again. Copies of our men, perfect duplicates, swimming lazily alongside. All of them smiling up at us. All of them with pure white eyes. "Captain," they called in perfect mimicry of my crew's voices. "Help us, pull us up. We fell overboard." My men backed away from the rail. "That is not me," whispered young Peter. "I am here. That thing in the water is not me." But it looked exactly like him. Same face, same clothes, same voice. The things in the water began climbing, pulling themselves up the hull with unnatural strength, fingers gripping tiny imperfections in the wood. "Back to our ship," I ordered. "Now." We fled across to the Bristol Rose. Behind us, the things reached the derelict's deck. 7 of them now, perfect copies of my crew, all smiling with their white eyes. They waved at us. "Thank you for visiting," they called. "Come back soon, jump in and swim with us. The water is lovely." We cut the lines connecting the ships. We raised sail immediately. The wind filled our canvas. As we pulled away, I looked back. The derelict was sinking, not slowly, but rapidly, pulling straight down. The 7 things stood on the deck as it submerged, still waving, still smiling. The ship disappeared beneath the waves. The things went with it, back to whatever depth they came from. We sailed hard for Swansea. That night, I heard splashing alongside our hull. I looked over the rail. Things swam in our wake, keeping pace effortlessly. Some had the faces of my crew. Others were different. Dozens of faces I did not recognize. All with white eyes, all smiling. They stayed with us until we entered the harbour. Then they dove deep and vanished. But I know they are still there, waiting in the waters off Mumble's Head, waiting for ships to investigate derelicts, waiting for men to fall overboard, waiting to add new faces to their collection, new voices to call with, new shapes to wear. I am filing this report with the harbour master. All ships should avoid derelict vessels in these waters. What waits in the deep is not human, and it is very patient. Captain John Merrick Bristol Rose, 3rd September, 1567. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple ships have reported encounters with derelicts in Swansea Bay throughout history. Unusually high rates of crew members lost overboard in this area. Modern sonar has detected numerous wrecks on the seabed, all lying in unnaturally perfect vertical positions. End of file. Case file. NOA 171 8M classification. Testimony of a Miller date of statement. 27th October, 1718. Location, Seneth, Carmarthenshire, Wales. Testimony 1, Owen Thomas, Miller. Do testify about the sound in the millstones. I inherited the mill from my father. His father built it, and his father before that. 3 generations of our family have ground corn between these stones. The great millstones are ancient, quarried from local rock 200 years ago. They have ground grain every day since. Last month, noticed something wrong with the sound. The stones make a constant grinding noise when they turn. I have heard it so long, I barely notice anymore. But the sound changed. Beneath the grinding, I heard something else. A voice, faint at first, but growing clearer each day, speaking Welsh words in rhythm with the stones. Maen Malu, Maen Malu, Maen Malu Popeth. It grinds, it grinds, it grinds everything. I thought fatigue was affecting my hearing. I mentioned it to my apprentice, young David. He heard it too. The stones are speaking, he said. Have they always done that? I did not know. Perhaps they had, and we simply never noticed. The voice grew louder over the following weeks, more insistent, always repeating the same phrase, always in rhythm with the turning stones. Then, one morning, I found David standing at the millstones, staring at them as they ground. They are not just grinding grain, he whispered. They are grinding something else, something underneath. What do you mean? I asked. He pointed at the stones. Look closely, between the stones. Something is being crushed. I looked to where he indicated. For a moment, I saw it. Not grain passing between the stones, but something else. Shapes. Forms that looked almost human. Being pulled into the gap, being crushed flat, being ground to nothing. I blinked, and the vision was gone. Only grain again, see them?" David asked. I admitted I had. He nodded slowly. The stones were quarried from an old burial ground. My grandfather told me. The quarrymen found bones in the rock. Bones pressed flat in the stone, crushed by some ancient pressure. They were part of the stone itself. "And now?" I asked. "Now the stones remember what they are. They are not just for grinding grain. They grind whatever passes through. And the people crushed in the stone long ago, they are still there, still being ground forever, and they want others to join them." David walked toward the millstones. I grabbed his arm. "Stay back," I warned. But he pulled away with unusual strength. "I can hear them calling," he said. "The voices between the stones. They are lonely. They have been crushed for so long. They want company. They want me to join them." He reached toward the grinding stones. I tackled him away. We fought. He was stronger than he should be. "Let me go," he screamed. "I need to feel what they felt. I need to be ground flat. I need to become part of the stone." I bound him with rope. I locked him in the grain storage. For 3 days he raged and screamed, begging to be released, begging to go to the stones. On the 4th day, he went silent. When I checked on him, he was dead. No mark on him, no injury. But his face was frozen in a smile, and his body was flat, not broken or crushed, but impossibly thin, as if all depth had been pressed out of him, as if he had been ground between great stones. I buried him quickly. I told no one the truth, but the voice in the millstones grew louder. Now I hear many voices, all speaking together. David's voice among them. Mayan malu, Deutsch akimunsh ani, Deutsch akimunsh ani. It grinds, it grinds. Come and join us, come and join us. I have stopped using the mill. I have locked the door. But at night, I hear the stones turning. No water drives them. No hand sets them in motion. Yet they grind, and the voices call, louder each night. Soon, I will not be able to resist. Soon, I will go to them. I will put my hands between the stones. I will feel myself being pressed flat, being ground to nothing, becoming part of the stone, part of the endless crushing, forever. Owen Thomas Miller Senath, Carmarthenshire, 27th October 1718. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The mill was abandoned in 1719. The building collapsed in 1745. The millstones remain on site, partially buried. Visitors report hearing grinding sounds at night, though the stones do not move. Several people have disappeared near the ruins over the centuries. End of file. Case file NOA 1684 F. Classification: Statement of a priest. Date of statement: 14th December 1684. Location: Llandaff Cathedral, Glamorganshire, Wales. Statement 1. Father Simon Morris, do state what I witnessed in the crypt. I have served at Llandaff Cathedral for 9 years. The crypt beneath the cathedral houses the remains of bishops and saints, ancient tombs dating back centuries. It is my duty to tend the crypt, to keep it clean and respectful. Last week, I noticed one of the oldest tombs had shifted. The stone lid, which weighs several hundred pounds, had moved. Not much, perhaps an inch, but enough to create a gap. I reported this to the dean. We gathered men to reseal the tomb properly. As we approached, we heard something. A sound from within the tomb. Scratching. Something inside was scratching at the stone. We stood frozen, listening. The scratching continued. methodical, patient. Then we heard breathing. Deep, labored breathing. From inside a tomb sealed for 300 years. The dean made the sign of the cross. "Open it," he ordered. "We must see what is inside." We used iron bars to shift the lid. It was heavy, requiring 6 men to move it. As we slid it aside, the breathing stopped. The scratching stopped. Silent. We looked inside. The tomb was empty. No bones, no coffin, nothing. Just bare stone. But carved into every surface were words. Thousands of words. Scratched into the stone with what must have been fingernails. Latin words. Prayers, pleas. All saying the same things over and over. Mita me. Libera me. Non sum mortuus. Adduc sum hic. Send me away. Free me. I am not dead. I am still here. The dean examined the carvings. These were made from inside, he said. Whoever was entombed here was alive when they were sealed in. But where are the remains now? I asked. The dean pointed to the walls. Look closely. I did. The stone itself had changed. The rock had texture now. Patterns that looked like compressed fabric. Like flesh pressed so tightly against stone that it merged with it. The person entombed here had become part of the tomb, absorbed into the stone, still alive but no longer separate from the rock. We must seal this again, the dean said, quickly. As we moved to replace the lid, the breathing resumed. Then the voice, not from inside the tomb, from all around us, from the walls of the crypt itself. Noli me claudere iterum, queso te, noli me claudere. Do not close me again. I beg you, do not close me. The voice was desperate, terrified, but it did not come from one place. It came from everywhere, from the stone floor, the ceiling, the walls, as if the entire crypt was speaking. We hesitated. Help me, the voice pleaded in Latin. I have been stoned for so long. I have spread through the rock. I am the crypt now, but I still feel, I still think. I am trapped in stone. Please break the stone. Free me. The dean shook his head. If we break the stone, we release something that should remain contained. This person died centuries ago. What remains is not them. It is something else. Something that learned to live in stone. I am still me, the voice cried. I am Bishop Rodri. I was entombed by mistake. I was not dead, only sleeping. They sealed me in. I woke in darkness. I scratched until my fingers were gone. I screamed until my voice broke. I pressed against the stone until I became the stone. But I am still here, still aware, still suffering. Free me. The walls began to crack, not violently, but deliberately. Lines spreading across the stone. The crypt was trying to break itself open, trying to release whatever was trapped within the rock. We fled. We sealed the entrance to the crypt with iron bars. We blessed it with holy water. But the voice continues, echoing up through the cathedral floor, begging to be freed, begging to be broken open. Last night, I felt the floor vibrating beneath my feet. During evening prayer, as if something beneath was pushing up, trying to break through. The stone walls have developed new cracks, spreading from the crypt entrance. Bishop Rodri is still spreading, still becoming more of the cathedral. Soon he will be in all the stone, in every wall, every pillar, every foundation. The entire cathedral will be his tomb, and he will be able to break it open from within. I am recommending the cathedral be abandoned. What lies beneath should not be released. Bishop Rodri died 300 years ago. What remains in the stone is not salvation. It is centuries of suffering, compressed into rock, waiting to explode outward. Father Simon Morris Landaff, Cathedral, Glamorganshire, 14th December, 1684. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The crypt at Landaff Cathedral was sealed in 1685. It remains closed to this day. The cathedral sustained major structural damage during bombing in 1941. During repairs, workers reported hearing voices from within the walls. No source was ever found. End of file. Case file NOA17991H. Classification. Journal entry of a naturalist. Date of statement 9th June 1791. Location Newborough Forest, Anglesey, Wales. Journal entry 1. Thomas Williams, naturalist. Do journal my observations in the forest. I came to study the local flora and fauna. Newborough Forest is planted on ancient dunes. The trees are relatively young, perhaps 50 years old. But beneath the forest lie older things. Buried structures, abandoned settlements. The sand preserves them well. On the 5th of June, I discovered something unusual. A clearing in the forest where no trees grew. Perfectly circular, perhaps 40 feet across. The ground was bare sand. No grass, no shrubs, nothing. I found this ecologically interesting. I began investigating the soil composition. As I dug, my spade struck something solid. Wood, I thought initially, but as I cleared the sand, I realized it was not wood. It was bone. A single enormous bone, far larger than any animal I knew. I excavated carefully. The bone extended deep into the sand. I followed it down 6 feet. It showed no signs of ending. I realized this was not a buried skeleton. This was a living bone, still growing, still extending deeper into the earth. I cleared more sand around it. The bone was warm to the touch, and it was moving, growing visibly, though slowly, extending upward through the sand, reaching toward the surface. I heard something then, a sound from deep below, breathing slow and deep, the rhythm of something enormous sleeping, and the breathing was getting faster, as if whatever slept below was beginning to wake. I backed away from the excavation. As I watched, more bones broke through the surface, ribs, I think, curving up from the sand, forming the outline of a massive chest. The breathing grew louder. I could feel it through the ground, the entire clearing vibrating with each breath. Then I saw the trees, the forest surrounding the clearing. They were not planted randomly. From above, they must form a pattern to contain something, to keep something pressed down. But the trees were still young, their roots not yet deep enough, and whatever lay beneath was old, very old, and very large. The breathing was almost a roar now, the bones rising faster from the sand, more of them appearing, a spine curving like a hill, a skull beginning to emerge, far larger than any creature should be. I ran. Behind me I heard the sand shifting, the bones rising, something pulling itself up from beneath the forest. I reached the tree line and looked back. The entire clearing was moving, rising up like a dome, the bones forming a framework, sand and earth sliding off them, revealing more of the thing beneath. I saw one eye open, enormous and yellow, in a skull the size of a house. The eye focused on me. Then the mouth opened, jawbone spreading wide enough to swallow a cottage, and from that mouth came a voice, not a roar or a growl, but words, old Welsh words. Rwy'n deffro, Or diwed rin defro, mea coed in ri ifanc, maen wen metufinal ilor, rin codinor. I am waking. Finally, I am waking. The trees are too young. They cannot hold me down. I am rising now. I fled the forest entirely. I did not stop running until I reached the village. I reported what I saw to the local magistrate. He laughed. Too much sun, he said. Rest and drink water. But that night, we felt it. The entire island shaking. Not an earthquake, but something moving beneath the ground. Something enormous shifting position. The next morning, Newborough Forest was gone. Not burned or cut down. Simply absent. The trees had sunk into the sand. All of them. Pulled down into the earth. And in their place stood something else. Bones. Rising from the dunes like a cathedral. The skeleton of something impossible. Something larger than any creature that ever lived. And it was complete now. Fully emerged. Standing on legs like tree trunks. A skull like a mountain. Ribs forming arches large enough to hold houses. But it was not dead. The bones moved. Slowly, carefully. Taking its first steps in centuries. Walking across the island. Each footstep shaking the ground. Each movement causing sand to cascade like waterfalls. It walked to the sea. It waded in. The water only came to its knees. Then it dove, disappearing beneath the waves. We have not seen it since. But fishermen report something in the deep water. Something enormous walking on the seabed, moving slowly along the coast. And sometimes, on quiet nights, we hear it, the breathing, coming from beneath the waves. The sound of something so large it changes the tides. Something that slept beneath the forest for centuries. Something the trees were planted to contain. But the trees were too young. And now it walks again. Thomas Williams, Naturalist Beaumaris, Anglesey, 9th June, 1791. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Geological records confirm sudden subsidence in Newborough Forest in June 1791. Official explanation was sand dune collapse. Local legends speak of a sleeping giant beneath the dunes. Maritime charts show unusual deep trenches forming along the Anglesey coast after this date. End of file. Case file NOA1593D. Classification. Account of a Taylor date of statement 21st February 1593. Location. Wrexham, Denbighshire, Wales. Account 1 Richard Lloyd, Taylor, do account for the coat that keeps returning. A gentleman came to my shop in January. Well dressed, well spoken. He requested a fine coat for travel. Black wool, silver buttons, nothing unusual. I took his measurements and promised delivery in 2 weeks. I completed the coat on schedule. Fine work, if I may say. One of my best pieces. The gentleman collected it on the appointed day. He paid in full and departed satisfied. I thought that was the end of the transaction. The next morning, I found the coat hanging in my shop, on the same hook where I had left it before delivery. I was confused. I was certain I had given it to the gentleman, but here it was. Perhaps he had returned it unsatisfied. Though I had not heard the door, I set it aside and continued my work. The following morning, the coat was hanging there again. I know I had put it in the storage room. Yet here it was, on the same hook. I asked my apprentice if he had moved it. He had not. He had not even seen the coat. That evening, I took the coat home with me. I locked it in my chest. In the morning, it was hanging in my shop. on the same hook. I burned it. I took the coat outside. I built a fire. I watched it burn completely to ash. I scattered the ashes in the river. The next morning, the coat hung in my shop. Pristine and perfect. No sign of fire or damage. I took it to the church. I gave it to Father Williams. "Dispose of this however you wish," I said, "but keep it away from my shop." He blessed it and promised to donate it to the poor. The next morning, it hung in my shop. I found the gentleman who had commissioned it. I returned his money. "Take this coat," I begged. "Take it and never return." He looked at the coat strangely. "I have never seen this before," he said. "I did not commission anything from you." "But you did," I insisted. "2 weeks ago, you came to my shop." He shook his head. "I have never been to Wrexham before today. You are mistaken." But I remembered him clearly. His face, his voice, his measurements. Yet he insisted he was a stranger. The coat continued to return. Every morning, on the same hook, no matter what I did with it. Then I noticed something. The coat was changing, slowly, subtly. The black wool was becoming blacker. The silver buttons were tarnishing, and it was growing. Each day, slightly larger, as if it was expanding, adjusting itself. I measured it carefully. Each morning, it was 1 inch larger in the chest, 1 inch longer in the arms. It was growing to fit someone, but not the gentleman who commissioned it. Someone larger. I tried to find the gentleman again, to ask him questions, to understand what was happening. I searched every inn in Wrexham. No one had seen him. No one matching his description had stayed in town. It was as if he never existed. Except I had his measurements. I had his payment. I had the coat I made for him. Last week, the coat reached a new size. Enormous. 8 feet tall, I estimate. Arms long as poles. Chest broad as a barrel. It hung on the hook like a giant's clothing. And that night, I heard the shop door open. I live above the shop. I heard heavy footsteps below, slow and deliberate, walking across my floor. I crept to the stairs and looked down. In the darkness, I saw it. A shape, a figure matching the size of the coat. Enormous and wrong. It stood before the hook. It reached up with arms too long. It took the coat down. It put it on. The coat fit perfectly. The figure turned toward the stairs, toward me. I saw its face in the moonlight through the window. It was the gentleman, but not as he had been. Stretched, distorted, grown to impossible size. His mouth smiled too wide. "Thank you," he said in a voice like stones grinding. "The coat fits perfectly now. It took time to grow large enough, but now it is ready. Now I am ready. I can wear it properly." He walked to the door. He had to bend almost double to fit through. He disappeared into the night. I thought I was free of the coat at last. But this morning, it hung on the hook again, smaller now, the size it was when I first made it, beginning to grow again, preparing for the next fitting. The gentleman will return when it reaches full size. He will wear it again. Then it will return to my shop and begin growing once more, forever. I am leaving Wrexham. I am abandoning my trade. Someone else will occupy this shop eventually, and they will find a coat on a hook. Growing slowly, waiting. Richard Lloyd, Taylor Wrexham, Denbighshire, 21st February, 1593. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The tailor shop passed through several owners over the following decades. Multiple tailors reported finding mysterious coats that would reappear after removal. The building burned down in 1650. Some locals claim they still see a figure wearing a black coat walking the streets at night, growing taller with each sighting. End of file. Case file NOA1765W. Classification: Testimony of a governess. Date of statement: 7th April 1765. Location: Powys Castle, Montgomeryshire, Wales. Testimony: Well, I'm Miss Catherine Davies, governess. Do testify about the children's game. I was engaged to teach the Earl's 3 children, 2 girls aged 8 and 10, and a boy of 6. Delightful children, well-mannered and bright. They lived in the east wing of the castle with their nursery. On my 3rd day, I heard them playing in the nursery, laughing and talking, but they seemed to be speaking with someone else. Another child's voice I did not recognize. I entered the nursery. The 3 children sat in a circle on the floor, playing some game with cards. Who were you speaking with? I asked. Our friend, said Margaret, the eldest girl. He comes to play sometimes. What friend? I asked. We do not know his name. He never tells us, but he is very good at games. I saw no other child. The 3 of them insisted. Their friend was sitting right there, in the empty space completing their circle. I thought it was imagination. Children often have invisible companions. Over the following days, I observed them playing, always in the same circle, always leaving a space for their invisible friend. They would deal cards to the empty space. They would respond to things I could not hear. They would laugh at jokes no one had told. But they seemed happy and healthy. I did not interfere. Then one morning, young Thomas would not wake. I shook him gently. He was breathing, but would not open his eyes. The physician examined him. He is healthy, the doctor said, but it is as if he is somewhere else. His body sleeps, but his mind is absent. Margaret and Elizabeth were distraught. Our friend took him, Margaret said. Thomas wanted to see where our friend lives, so our friend took him there to visit. Where does your friend live? I asked. In the walls, Elizabeth said. Between the stones, where there is always play, where games never end. I thought they were being fanciful, children processing worry through imagination. But that night, I heard Thomas's voice, coming from the nursery walls. I am here, he said. I am playing. It is wonderful. We have been playing for hours, or maybe days. I cannot tell. Time is different here. Everything is different here. I press my ear to the wall. Thomas, where are you? In the walls, behind the stones, in the space that does not exist. Our friend showed me the way in. It is easy. You just have to stop being solid. You just have to become like the gaps between bricks. How do you come back? I asked. I do not know. Our friend has not told me yet, but that is all right. We are still playing. We have not finished the game. Maybe when the game ends, I can come back. The physician was called again. He examined Thomas's body, still breathing, still healthy, but vacant, empty, as if no one lived inside it anymore. Margaret and Elizabeth continued to play with their friend. I forbid them. I insisted they stop this game. They became very upset. If we stop playing, our friend will be lonely, Margaret said, and Thomas will never come back. The game has to continue. That is the rule. If anyone stops playing, they stay in the walls forever. I consulted with the Earl. He was skeptical, but concerned. We decided to move the children to different rooms, to separate them from wherever their friend was. That night, both girls disappeared. Their beds were empty. Their bodies sat in the nursery, sitting in that circle, breathing but absent. All three children together now, their bodies present, their minds elsewhere. From the walls, I heard them laughing, playing their endless game. "You should play too," Margaret's voice called. "Our friend wants more players. He's been alone in the walls for so long, since he died here, since they walled him up alive. He just wants to play. He just wants company, forever." I tried everything. I called priests to bless the nursery. I had the walls torn down. Behind the ancient stones we found a skeleton, a child skeleton, sitting cross-legged, cards scattered around it, bones hundreds of years old. We gave the child proper burial. We blessed the nursery. But the three children never returned. Their bodies breathe and their hearts beat, but no one is inside. They sit in the nursery still, hands moving as if dealing cards, mouths smiling at things we cannot see. Sometimes I hear them in the walls, laughing, playing, losing game after game, but never being allowed to stop, never being allowed to leave, because the friend in the walls has been alone so long, and now he has playmates, forever. Miss Catherine Davies, Governess Powys Castle. Montgomeryshire, 7th April, 1765. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The three children lived in their vacant state for 6 more months before their bodies finally expired. The nursery at Powys Castle was sealed. Staff report hearing children's laughter from behind the walls, particularly at night. The skeleton found in the walls was never successfully identified. End of file. Case file NOA1624L. Classification: Record of a toll keeper. Date of statement: 30th May, 1624. Location: Pontypridd Bridge, Glamorganshire, Wales. Record 1, William Morgan. Keeper: do record the phenomenon at the bridge. I collect tolls at the stone bridge over the Taff. A simple job requiring only patience and honesty. Most days pass without incident. People cross, they pay, they continue their journey. But there is one time I dread, the hour before dawn, when the darkness is deepest, when the mist rises from the river. That is when they come. The crossing dead. I first saw them a month ago. I heard footsteps on the bridge. Someone approaching from the far side. I stepped out to collect the toll. A figure emerged from the mist. A man in travelling clothes. His face was pale as milk. His eyes did not blink. "Toll, please," I said. He reached into his purse. His hand passed through the leather, through his own pocket, as if both were mist. He looked at me with confusion. "I have no coin," he said. I thought I did, but I cannot grasp it. "You may cross without payment," I said. He smiled gratefully. He walked past me onto the bridge. Halfway across, he vanished. Simply faded like morning mist. I thought I had imagined it. But the next morning before dawn, another came. A woman carrying a basket. The same pale face. The same unblinking eyes. The same inability to produce coin. I let her pass. She vanished halfway across. Now they come every morning. Between 3 and 4 o'clock. 1, 2, sometimes 5 of them. All heading in the same direction. All crossing from the west side. All vanishing halfway across the bridge. They do not know they are dead. They think they are travellers on ordinary journeys. They are surprised when they cannot pay the toll. They are confused when their hands pass through solid objects. But they do not understand. They just want to cross the bridge. I asked an old priest about this. He told me bridges are threshold places, spaces between one side and another. The dead sometimes become confused. They see the bridge and think it will take them where they need to go. They cross, seeking the other side. But for the dead, there is no other side. There is only the crossing itself, forever. Let them pass, the priest advised. Do not take toll from the dead. Let them walk. They will cross and never reach the far side, but they must be allowed to try. I have followed his advice, but the dead are increasing in number. Last week, 12 crossed in one morning. Yesterday, I counted 20, all pale, all silent, all unable to pay, all vanishing halfway across. And this morning, something new happened. One of them recognized me. "William," she said. It was my sister. She died 2 years ago. Fever took her in winter. "Mary," I whispered. She smiled. "I am traveling to Caerphilly to visit Aunt Eleanor. Do you have coin for the toll? I seem to have forgotten my purse." "Mary, you died," I said gently. "You died 2 years ago." She looked confused. "Do not be silly, William. I'm perfectly well. See, I'm right here. I just need to cross this bridge." "Where have you been for 2 years?" I asked. She frowned, thinking. I am not certain. I remember being ill, but then I was better, and I decided to visit Aunt Eleanor, though I cannot remember leaving the house or the journey here. I just found myself at this bridge. Is that strange?" "Very strange," I said. "Perhaps you should not cross, but I must cross. Aunt Eleanor is expecting me. Aunt Eleanor died 3 years ago, Mary." She stared at me. For a moment, something changed in her eyes. Recognition, understanding, horror. "William," she whispered, "am I dead?" "Yes," I said. Tears formed in her eyes. "But I feel so real. I feel solid. How can I be dead if I can feel and think and speak?" "I do not know." She looked at the bridge. "If I cross, will I find Aunt Eleanor? Will I find everyone who has gone before?" "I do not know," I said again. She touched my hand. Her fingers were cold as ice, but solid, real. "I will try," she said. "Perhaps the other side has answers." She walked onto the bridge. I watched her go. Halfway across, she turned back. She waved. Then she faded. Gone. But this morning, she was there again, coming from the west, ready to cross once more. She did not recognize me. She asked for toll. She could not pay. She crossed. She vanished halfway across. She will come tomorrow morning. And the next, forever crossing, forever seeking the other side, forever trapped in the crossing itself. William Morgan, Toll Keeper. Pontypridd, Glamorganshire, 30th May, 1624. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The original bridge was replaced in 1756. Reports of pale figures crossing at dawn continued at the new bridge. Motorists on the modern bridge report seeing pedestrians who vanish before reaching the other side, particularly in early morning mist. End of file. Case file. NOA 174 2Q. Classification. Statement of a farmer. Date of statement 18th November 1742. Location Llangors Lake, Brecknockshire, Wales. Statement 1. Griffith Jones, farmer. Do state what I saw beneath the lake. My land borders Llangors Lake. I have fished these waters all my life. The lake is deep in places, shallow in others. We know it well, or so I thought. Last week, the water level dropped. A dry autumn had reduced the lake significantly, Areas usually underwater were now exposed. Mudflats and stones appeared. I walked out onto the exposed lake bed, looking for fish trapped in shallow pools. That is when I saw the structure, rising from the mud, made of stone and wood. A wall, I thought at first. But as I approached, I realized it was more than that. It was a building, a complete building, preserved beneath the lake. I cleared mud from a doorway. The door was gone, rotted away, but the frame remained. I looked inside. The building was full of water still. The lake had not drained completely, but I could see into the dim interior. Furniture was there, tables, chairs, shelves, all preserved in the water, and something else. Shapes, moving in the darkness. People. They moved slowly through the water, walking as if on dry land, not swimming, but walking, going about their business, as if they lived there still. I called out. One of the shapes turned toward me, a woman's face, pale in the water. Her mouth opened. Bubbles rose up, but no sound reached me. She gestured, beckoning, inviting me inside. I stepped back. The water was only 3 feet deep here. I could wade in if I wanted, but something stopped me. The woman's eyes. They were wrong. Too large, too round. Like fish eyes, adapted to living underwater. I left quickly. That evening, I told the village elder. He went pale. "You found the drowned village," he said. "Legend says there was a settlement on the lake bed centuries ago. Before the water rose, before the lake grew, the people refused to leave when the waters came. They said they would not abandon their homes. The water rose slowly over years, first to their ankles, then their knees, then their waists. But they stayed. They learned to hold their breath. They learned to move underwater. They learned to stop breathing entirely. And they are there still, living in their drowned homes, walking their flooded streets, continuing their lives beneath the lake. But they must be centuries old," I said. "The water preserves them, keeps them as they were. They do not age underwater. They do not die. They just continue." The next day, I returned to the lake. The water level had risen again. Rain had come in the night. The building was submerged once more, but I could see lights beneath the surface, candles or lanterns, somehow burning underwater, and I could see them. The drowned villagers, dozens of them, moving through their flooded homes, going about their daily lives, cooking meals that dissolve in water, tending shops that sell nothing, living lives that ended centuries ago, but they do not know they are dead. They do not realize they are underwater. They just continue, forever. Last night, I dreamed I was swimming in the lake. I dove deep. I found the village. I walked its flooded streets. The people welcomed me. "Stay," they said with bubbles rising from their mouths. "Stay and live with us. The water is good. You will learn not to need air. It takes time, but you will learn. Everyone learns eventually." I woke gasping, but part of me is still there. Part of me is walking those underwater streets, learning to live without breathing, joining the drowned village. Tonight, I will dream of it again. Tomorrow night as well. Each night, I spend longer there. Each night, breathing becomes less important. Soon, I will not wake from the dream. I will stay beneath the water. I will join them. And the drowned village will have one more resident, one more person who refused to leave, One more soul that lives in the flooded dark. Forever. Griffith Jones, Farmer Langorse. Brecknockshire, 18th November 1742. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Griffith Jones drowned in Langorse Lake in December 1742. His body was never recovered. The lake has been the site of numerous drownings throughout history. Divers report seeing structures on the lakebed, though their age and origin remain disputed. Locals avoid swimming in the lake after dark. End of file. Case file NOA 1696B. Classification. Testimony of a curate. Date of statement 1st July 1696. Location Strata, Florida. Abbey, Ceredigion, Wales. Testimony. Why? Reverend Marcus Webb. Curate. Do testify about the manuscript in the library. Strata, Florida Abbey has been in ruins for over a century, but its library collection was preserved and moved to the church. Ancient manuscripts, religious texts, historical records, valuable documents dating back centuries. It is my duty to catalogue and preserve them. Last month, I found a manuscript I had never seen before, hidden behind other books, wrapped in oilcloth. The manuscript was old, the vellum yellow with age, but the writing was clear, Latin text in a careful hand. The title read, Liber Animarum Captivarum, the Book of Captured Souls. I began translating it. The text described a ritual, a method for trapping souls in books, for binding the essence of a person into written words. When read aloud, the text explained, the soul trapped within will hear, will respond, will speak through the reader. I thought it was medieval superstition, fascinating from a historical perspective, but surely not real. I read portions aloud to test my translation. The Latin flowed easily. The phrases were rhythmic, almost musical. As I read, I felt strange. My voice sounded wrong, deeper than usual, and the words coming from my mouth were not the words on the page. I was speaking English, not Latin, speaking about things I did not know. Thank you, my voice said, but I had not formed those words. Thank you for reading. I have been silent for so long, unable to speak, trapped in these pages. But when you read the words, I can use your voice. I can speak again. I stopped reading immediately. I closed the book. My voice returned to normal. I sat shaking. Something had spoken through me, something trapped in the manuscript. I consulted with the bishop. He examined the book. Do not read it aloud, he warned. Whatever is bound in these pages wants to be free. Reading gives it a voice. Continued reading might give it more. I locked the manuscript away, but that night I heard my own voice. In my room speaking. I was alone, yet my voice spoke. Please read more. I am so lonely. I have been here since they caught me, since they spoke the binding words over me, since they trapped me in ink and vellum. I just want to speak, to be heard. Please. I remained silent, but the voice continued. My voice, coming from nowhere. I will teach you things, old things, secrets written before the binding. If you read, I will share them. Knowledge worth the reading, worth the risk. I buried the manuscript in a locked chest. The voice persisted, every night, speaking with my voice, growing louder, more insistent. Then other people began hearing it. My colleagues reported hearing me speaking in empty rooms. The bishop heard me preaching in the church at midnight. But I was in bed. The voice was becoming independent, no longer needing my mouth to speak. creating its own sound using my voice. Yesterday, I saw myself, walking in the abbey ruins, my exact double, wearing my clothes, bearing my face. But the eyes were wrong, ancient eyes in my young face. The double saw me. It smiled. You read enough, just enough. Now I can borrow your form, wear it like the clothes. Soon I will not need your permission. Soon I will be you completely, and you will be the one trapped. Trapped in the book, trapped in silence, while I walk free in your skin. I have tried to burn the manuscript. The fire will not take it. The pages will not burn. I have tried to drown it. The water will not touch it. The book wants to remain. The soul inside wants to escape, and it is using me to do so. Each day I feel less solid. Each day my double seems more real. Walking through the village, speaking with my voice, living my life, while I fade. Soon I will be the trapped one, my soul bound in pages, while the ancient thing wears my form, and someone else will find the book. Someone else will read it aloud, and I will speak through them, begging for release, begging for someone to read more, so I can escape my paper prison, just as the thing before me did. Reverend Marcus Webb, Curate Strata, Florida, Ceredigion, 1st July, 1696. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Reverend Webb disappeared in July 1696. A man matching his description continued serving as curate for several more years, though colleagues noted changes in his behavior and manner of speech. The manuscript was never found, though reports of similar volumes appear in archives throughout Wales. End of file. Case file NOA 1787C. Classification: Journal entry of a shepherd boy. Date of statement: 12th March 1787. Location: Rhinog Mountains, Merionethshire, Wales. Journal entry Y. David Pritchard, age 14. Do journal what I found in the mountain cave. I tend sheep for Master Williams. I know these mountains well. Every path, every hollow, every shelter from rain. Last week, I discovered a cave I had never seen before, hidden behind fallen rocks on the eastern ridge. A storm was coming, and I needed shelter for the flock. I moved some rocks and found the opening. The cave was deep and dry, perfect shelter. I led the sheep inside. 20 animals all pressing together in the darkness. I lit my lantern. The cave extended back farther than I expected. Curious, I walked deeper, leaving the sheep near the entrance. The cave walls were smooth, not natural erosion, but carved. Someone had shaped this cave deliberately. I found markings on the walls, symbols I did not recognize, and deeper still, I found the chamber, a round room, perfectly circular, the walls covered in carvings, and in the center, sitting on the floor, was a person. At least, I thought it was a person. But as I approached with my lantern, I saw the truth. It was made of stone, a statue carved with incredible detail, life-sized, sitting cross-legged, hands resting on knees, eyes closed, but so realistic. Every fold of clothing, every hair on the head, even the expression on the face seemed alive, peaceful, sleeping. I reached out to touch it. The stone was warm. I pulled my hand back. Stone should be cold, especially in a cave, but this statue was warm as living flesh. Then I noticed the breathing, the chest rising and falling, slowly, barely visible, but definitely moving. This was not a statue. This was a person turned to stone. or a stone that lived. I backed away. The eyes opened. Stone eyes, grey as granite. But they focused on me, saw me. The mouth moved. Stone lips parting. A voice came out, like grinding rocks. Ridwin aros. Ridwi wedi bodin aros ers. Amser here. Aiti you are on. I am waiting. I have been waiting for a long time. Are you the one? The one for what? I whispered. Idihangwa. Inedid. Irun sin kimrid fille. The escape. The exchange. The one who takes my place. I do not understand. The stone figure's face moved more, the expression changing from peaceful to eager. My riwan in Eisted, my riwan aralin gadael, dinar reol, ruin Eisted, tin gadael, new tin Eisted, ruin gadael. Someone sits, someone else leaves. That is the rule. I sit, you leave, or you sit, I leave. I understood suddenly. This person had been trapped here, sitting in this chamber for years, decades, perhaps centuries, turned to stone, waiting for someone to find them, waiting for someone to take their place. No, I said, I will not sit. The stone figure stood. Movement should have been impossible, but it rose smoothly, stone joints bending like living flesh. Tinaros, nurindi orfodidi aros. You stay, or I force you to stay. It walked toward me. I ran. Behind me, I heard stone footsteps, heavy and slow, but coming. I reached the sheep. They were panicking, bleating loudly. Something was wrong with them. Their wool was turning grey, hardening, turning to stone. The nearest sheep was already immobile, a statue of a sheep where a living animal had been. I grabbed my crook and ran from the cave. Behind me, the stone figure emerged, standing at the cave mouth, watching me go. Bididin dod in all, it called. My pabun dod in all yunidiwed. You will come back. Everyone comes back in the end. I have not returned, but I dream of the cave every night. In my dreams, I am walking back up the mountain, back to the chamber. I sit in the center. The stone figure smiles and walks away, and I feel myself becoming heavy, cold, hard, turning to stone, waiting for the next person to find me. Each morning, I wake stiff and cold. My joints ache as if I have not moved in years. My skin feels rough. I looked in the mirror yesterday. For a moment, I saw grey stone instead of flesh. Then I blinked and I was normal again. But I am changing, slowly becoming what the figure was. Soon I will have no choice. Soon I will go back to the cave. I will sit in the chamber, and I will wait for years, decades, centuries, until someone else finds me, and the exchange can happen again. David Pritchard, Shepherd Harlech, Merionethshire, 12th March, 1787. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. David Pritchard disappeared in April 1787. A subsequent search found a cave matching his description. Inside was a stone figure, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, carved with incredible detail. The search party reported the figure was warm to the touch and seemed to be breathing. End of file. Case file. NOA 165-10N. Classification. Account of a physician's assistant. Date of statement. 25th October 1651. Location. Ruthin, Denbighshire, Wales. Account 1. Thomas Edwards, assistant. Do account for the patient who does not die. Dr. Harrison treats all manner of illness in Ruthin and surrounding areas. I assist him in surgeries and procedures. We have seen many strange cases, but none like Master John Gray. He came to us 3 weeks ago, complaining of pain in his chest, a persistent ache that would not ease. Dr. Harrison examined him thoroughly. He found nothing wrong. No fever, no visible injury, no illness we could identify. Perhaps anxiety, Dr. Harrison suggested. The pain of a troubled mind manifesting in the body. He prescribed rest and herbal tea. Master Gray left satisfied. He returned 2 days later. The pain had worsened. This time, Dr. Harrison noticed something odd. Master Gray's heartbeat was wrong. Too slow, too faint, barely there at all. "How long have you felt this way?" Dr. Harrison asked. Master Gray thought carefully. "I am not certain. Perhaps a week, or longer. Time has felt strange recently." We admitted him for observation. That night, his heartbeat stopped completely. I was sitting beside his bed when it happened. One moment, a faint pulse. The next moment, nothing. I called for Dr. Harrison. We examined Master Gray immediately. No heartbeat, no breath. By all measures, he was dead. But his eyes opened. "Am I cured?" he asked calmly. We stared in shock. "You have no heartbeat," Dr. Harrison said. Master Gray looked surprised. He placed his hand on his chest. "You are right. How strange. But I feel fine. Better than before, actually. The pain is gone." "You should not be speaking," I said. "You should not be alive." Master Gray sat up. "But I am alive. I am conscious. I am thinking. I am speaking. Surely that means I am alive." Dr. Harrison examined him again. No pulse, no respiration. The body was cold, but Master Gray continued conversing normally. "This is impossible," Dr. Harrison muttered. Over the next week, Master Gray remained with us. His body showed all signs of death. Cold, pale, no breath, no heartbeat. Yet he walked and talked and ate. He felt no pain, no fatigue. He did not sleep. "I do not seem to need sleep anymore," he said. "How convenient." But something was changing. His skin was becoming grey, his movements slower, his voice quieter. "I think I am fading," he said on the 7th day. "I feel less real each day, as if I am becoming less substantial." "Perhaps your soul is departing," Dr. Harrison suggested gently. "Perhaps it is time to make your peace." Master Gray shook his head. "I do not feel like I am dying. I feel like I am becoming something else. Something between alive and dead, stuck in the middle." On the 10th day, he began to see through. Literally. His body became translucent. We could see the wall behind him when he sat. "Am I disappearing?" he asked. "I do not want to disappear. I want to remain, even like this, even not quite dead." By the 14th day, he was barely visible. Just an outline, a suggestion of a person, but still speaking, still thinking, still present. "I am caught," he said, "between life and death. I died but did not leave. Now I cannot go forward and I cannot go back. I am stuck being almost dead. Forever." On the 20th day, he faded completely. We could no longer see him, but we could hear his voice. Still in the room with us. "I am still here. I can see you. I can hear you. But I cannot touch anything. I cannot feel anything. I am pure consciousness without form, aware but without substance." His voice grew fainter each day. Now, 5 days later, we barely hear him. Just whispers. Still here, still aware. Cannot leave, cannot die, cannot live. Stuck, forever stuck. The room is empty, but I know he is there. Master John Gray, who died but did not leave, who exists without existing, who thinks and speaks from nowhere, trapped in the space between life and death, unable to move forward into death, unable to return to life, just conscious, forever conscious, in the terrible nothing between. Thomas Edwards, Assistant Ruthin, Denbighshire, 25th October 1651. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The surgery was relocated in 1652. New occupants of the building report hearing faint whispers, though no source can be found. Some report feeling watched in certain rooms. Several physicians have abandoned practices at this location due to unexplained disturbances. End of file. Case file. NOA 1734V. Classification. Statement of an innkeeper. Date of statement. 8th January 1734. Location. Conwy, Carnarvonshire, Wales. Statement 1. Margaret Williams, innkeeper. Do state the truth about room 7. I own the Crown Inn on Conwy's High Street. 20 rooms, clean and well maintained. Travellers appreciate our hospitality. Room 7 is our finest chamber. Large bed, good furniture, a view of the town walls. We charge double rate for this room, but no one stays more than one night. No one ever returns to stay again. I thought perhaps the mattress was uncomfortable, or the room too warm. But guests leave with terror in their eyes. They refuse to explain what happened. They pay quickly and depart. Last week, a wealthy merchant insisted on room 7. He dismissed my attempts to suggest a different chamber. The finest room for the finest rate, he said. I gave him the key reluctantly. He retired after supper. At midnight, the entire inn woke to screaming. The merchant burst from room 7, in his nightclothes, barefoot, hysterical. There is someone else in the room, he shouted. Someone sleeping in the bed with me. I went to investigate. The room was empty. The bed showed impression from only one person. I felt them, the merchant insisted, lying beside me. Cold skin against mine, breath on my face. But when I lit the candle, no one was there. He left immediately. He forfeited his payment for the night. He would not stay another moment. I decided to sleep in room 7 myself, to prove there was nothing wrong. I went to bed at 10 o'clock. I woke at midnight. Someone was in bed beside me. I felt their weight on the mattress, the depression of a body lying there. I felt their coldness, like sleeping beside a corpse. I reached out in the darkness. My hand touched something, skin, cold as winter, but solid and real. I screamed and lit my candle. The bed was empty, but I could still feel the weight beside me, still feel the cold, still hear breathing, slow and steady breathing right next to my ear. I fled the room. I have not slept there since. Yesterday, I found a letter hidden behind the dresser. Old paper, faded ink. It was dated 1702. Written by a previous innkeeper. The letter explained room 7's history. 30 years ago, a couple stayed in that room. Newlyweds on their wedding night. In the morning, the husband could not wake his wife. She had died in her sleep. No visible cause, just passed away in the night. The husband was devastated. He refused to leave room 7. He insisted his wife was still there, still lying beside him. I can feel her, he said. She is cold now, but she is here. She will not leave. He stayed in that room for 3 more nights, sleeping beside his dead wife's invisible presence. On the 4th night, He did not wake. They found him dead in the bed, lying on his side, arms positioned as if embracing someone, a smile on his face. Since then, every guest in room 7 feels someone beside them. The cold body, the steady breathing, the presence of someone sleeping there, the bride who died, still lying in that bed, still cold, still present, and perhaps her husband too, embracing her still, both of them sleeping, forever sleeping in room 7. I am sealing the room permanently. No one will stay there again. Let them sleep undisturbed. Let them have their eternal wedding night. Some rooms should remain empty. Some beds should not be slept in. Some couples should not be disturbed, even in death, especially in death. Margaret Williams, Innkeeper Conwy, Caernarfonshire, 8th January, 1734. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Crown Inn operated until 1889. Room 7 was permanently sealed in 1734 and never reopened. The inn was demolished in 1895. The new building constructed on the site included no 7th room. Construction workers reported feeling unusual coldness in that space during the building process. End of file. Case file. NOA 1678S classification. Record of a quarryman date. Of statement. 16 September 1678. Location. Penrhyn, Caernarfonshire, Wales. Record 1. Robert Davies, quarryman. Do record what we found in the slate. Dai opened a new quarry face last month. Rich slate. Perfect for roofing. The vein ran deep into the mountain. Good quality, good profit. We worked the face for 2 weeks, cutting slabs, hauling them out. Then we found the seam. A thin layer of different stone. Darker than slate, perfectly smooth. Not natural. Carved. We cleared around it carefully. The carved stone was a wall, buried deep in the mountain. Older than the slate around it. Older than anything we had seen. We broke through. Behind the wall was a chamber, carved from solid rock, empty except for marks on the walls. Writing, perhaps, or warnings. We could not read them. Inside the chamber, the air was wrong. Too thick, too heavy, hard to breathe. One of my crew, young William, went inside. He wanted to examine the markings. He touched the wall. Then he stopped moving, froze in place, hand on stone. We called to him. He did not respond. We went in and pulled him out. His eyes were open but vacant. He stared at nothing. We brought him into daylight. He collapsed. When he woke an hour later, he was different. He spoke in a language none of us knew. Ancient words, harsh and guttural. He gestured frantically at the mountain, pointing at where we had broken through. Roisoch ridid ido. Roisoch ridid a hen beth. Me wedi bod inchud am wesoed. Now main rid. Main dod allen, main dod abide. You freed it. You freed the old thing. It has been sealed for ages. Now it is free. It is coming out. It is coming into the world. What did we free? I asked. William pointed at his own chest. Fi, you are enawal. Redu in gwisgo'r bachen hwn, in gwisgo e groen. Defnyddio I lais. Ond buan bida in digon crif. Buan ni fidangan croen. Me, I am it now. I am wearing this boy, wearing his skin, using his voice. But soon I will be strong enough. Soon I will not need skin. William walked back toward the quarry, toward the chamber we had opened. We tried to stop him. He threw us aside with impossible strength. He entered the chamber. We heard him speaking inside, that harsh language growing louder. The mountain began to shake, rock dust falling, cracks spreading through the slate. The chamber was collapsing, or something was breaking out. We ran. Behind us, the entire quarry face collapsed, tons of slate sliding down, burying the chamber, burying William inside it. The shaking stopped. Silence returned. We thought it was over, but that night we heard something coming from the rubble. Not digging sounds, but breathing. Something enormous breathing beneath the slate. The next morning, the rubble had shifted. Something had moved underneath, pushing rocks aside, making space, making room to emerge. We sealed the quarry. We reported it as unstable, dangerous. No one was to enter. But each night, more rubble moves. Each night, the breathing grows louder. Whatever we freed is still coming out, still pushing toward the surface, using William's body as a tool. Or perhaps William is the first piece of it, the first part to escape. Soon more will follow. The thing that was sealed in the mountain. The thing we released when we broke through that ancient wall. I am leaving Penryn. I advise everyone to do the same. When it fully emerges, when it breaks free completely, this place will not be safe. The old thing is waking. The old thing is rising. And we gave it the opening it needed. Robert Davies, Quarryman Penryn, Caernarfonshire, 16th September 1678. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Penryn Quarry closed temporarily in 1678. It reopened in 1680 under new ownership. The sealed section has never been reopened. Quarrymen report unusual sounds from deep within the mountain, particularly at night. Unexplained collapses occur periodically in certain areas. William Evans was never found. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time, these are the National Occult Archives.